start recording. That's his self-assigned position now.
It's the only value I add to the entire meeting.
Yeah, there you go. That's his he has taken on that role.
Good one.
All right, folks, now we can start. So Greenwich Public Schools, Mr. Nanzer.
Good evening. Can we admit Steve Walco and David Stein?
I got Walco. And he's coming in.
Cam, are you going to run your own presentation, or do you need me to put up the materials? Or do you not have visuals? That's also fine.
I have visuals. I'm honestly not entirely sure how this is supposed to go. I'm waiting for.
Oh, so we'll help you here. Don't do a whole lot of visuals. Tell us just if you've got one that's kind of a back of the envelope sketch, talk fast and be out of here by 5:15 or 5:20, and we'd be deeply grateful.
Sounds great to me. How about if I put up the floor plan and elevations and then hand it off to Steve and Dave?
Perfect.
Great.
My share screen has been disabled. Can that be enabled?
Yeah.
Yes.
Patrick, I think you're going to have to do that.
It's there.
Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Stephen Walco, Chairman of the Greenwich High School Vestibule Building Committee. Thank you for the time to meet with you this evening. We're here as the first step in seeking approval by all of the town agencies regarding the Greenwich High School entry and its upgrades. This is a 71-foot by 28-foot deep by 25-foot high vestibule, security vestibule that would fit at the front of what everyone knows as the glass corridor. This would allow for security enhancement, especially while the kids are in school. All visitors would then go through this entrance. There would be a security element to it at the front or at the side of the vestibule, and allow for there to be effectively a locking or a call-in basis for a visitor or a late student to then enter the building. This construction would all be at the time on the front end of the glass corridor, not to the rear of the glass corridor, and would all be within the area that is designated currently as the front circle or patio area of the school. This will not impact the circle in the front of the school, and so we already have a detailed plan, or are in the process of developing a detailed plan for when this construction is in place. The construction, we believe, we have set forth a time frame by which we would do the hardcore construction, impacting the administrative wing and otherwise right after the students leave this coming June, and then be able to have everything completed by the February timeframe and the kids returning to school after February break. With that, I'll open it up for any questions through the chair if you would like.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions or comments? We were lucky to have Dennis Yeski fill us in significantly. Nick, looks like you just unmuted.
Yes, Steve, this is going to be the singular entrance to the building. How does this in effect for the other doors? Is this going to be the only way in and out now?
So yes, while school is in session, my understanding is that any late student or any visitor to the school will have to go through this entry hall and then come to the security desk and then get buzzed in either to the mostly to the administration wing that now we're going to be punching a hole through and connecting. What it will not do, just so it's crystal clear, it will not be the only entry for when school begins, or what we call drop off.
Okay. When you return, I'd like to know about why the building why it's 25 feet tall. And if you can bring the master plan for the high school to see how this fits in with everything else that's on the site. This is, one portion of a lot of different things that are happening on there. So I'd like to see kind of the big picture so I can see how that fits in. And one question right now, actually, where is the visitor parking for the building? It's in the front, if I remember correctly.
That's correct. I know there are a few spots in the front circle that are visitor spots. I don't know if there are any others. We can get that information to you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And then Steve, there's a door, it appears, on the back side of that existing corridor. Is that what that is?
That's
Right
correct.
there?
Yes.
And so so that goes, I can't visualize it right now. Where does that go?
So, and we've struggled with that back door. That back door is an existing back door. If you've ever seen drop off at the high school or just how kids get to the school in the morning, all of the riders, the students who ride the bus, come around to the circle and get dropped off at the front of the school. The drivers who drive their own cars generally come in there's a door between the pool and then what is that, Sheldon and Folsom? Used to be Clark and Bella when I went there. And they walk in that way. That's that door. And so right now we've been tasked, again, as you know, we only are tasked with what the ed specs allow us to build. And that is for the front vestibule area and not that back area from the parking lot.
Are there any other security measures proposed for the remaining periphery of the building?
Not through this building committee. So our task again is this front entrance, which I understand after talking with the chairman of the Board of Ed was to effectively attack the most vulnerable area, which is this front area. I don't want to get into the security details of the school. Quite frankly, I'm not an expert on that and I haven't asked the questions. I do know that there are other areas with a school this size and a building this size on security, but we have only been tasked with focusing on this front entrance.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, so does anybody else have a burning question?
Well, I'm not sure I really understand the gang of doors that lead into a vestibule go through a gang of doors that lead into the corridor. I don't understand what the security measure is, as
Okay.
opposed to creating some kind of focal point where everybody has to travel through it or something like that. So how does this work?
Okay, so once school is in session, the doors between the existing glass corridor and the vestibules will be locked from the outside. And so a visitor coming in would come, if you're looking at this screen, all the way to the left is the visitor entrance. So a individual would walk in there. To their left is immediately the security desk. The security desk would then check in the visitor or the late student. The person would then be buzzed into the lobby of the administrative wing because they could not get into the glass corridor, and then be processed by administration, given a visitor card or whatever the process is for the Board of Education, and then be allowed into the school either with the personnel or without. And so the security aspect to this is now a visitor coming in walks into the glass corridor unobstructed and has to check in with the security personnel that's in the existing glass corridor where there are students. This would afford an opportunity for security to stop that person from entering the building until they've checked out.
But during normal business hours, this is not the case. I mean, during a normal arrival, this is not how it works.
During normal arrival, all doors that you see on this schedule would be open.
Okay, all right, so Peter, we can drill down into that more when they come. Oh, sorry, probably nobody can hear me. We can get into that more when they come before us with the pre-app, and they do have to go to ARC and all that. So if you all are okay and have your burning questions, in the few minutes we have left, I'd like to scoop up some public comment because I know there is some, and I think that would be useful to the school. Pat, you don't have to run a timer, but could you just keep an eye? I'd like to keep the public comment to under 2 minutes a person. Folks, just raise your virtual hands, or I don't see anybody on the phone. So if anybody's here for the high school, please raise your virtual hands. I recognize some of your names, so I assume you wish to speak. There we go. Gabriel, and again, please limit your time to just a couple of minutes. Just get your core issue out. I think we could take down
Minimize
the,
the screen. Yeah, please.
who said that?
I said that. If Tim, I was asking Tim if he could minimize
Yeah.
the screen.
Yeah,
Sorry.
take
Or
it down,
Pat,
Tim.
whoever it is, yeah.
It's Tim. Take it down, please, so we can see the person. They're waiting to speak. Okie dokie. So Gabrielle Saffioti, if you could kindly keep your comments under 2 minutes and go ahead.
Hi there. We're new owners on Hillside Road. We're at number 25 Hillside Road, directly across the street from the high school, and the proposed, increase to the size of the entry hall with this bomb-proof and bulletproof glass. We're very concerned about lighting and reflections. We're very concerned about the landscaping, and apparently prior plans that have been submitted with the community, at least with some of the landscaping along Hillside Road. We're also concerned, obviously, about traffic, which has been raised, I think, with the planning and zoning people for many, many years. And some of the concerns, I think, need to be addressed with respect to noise as well, with, this entry hall being the main focus, coming and going for visitors, and then visitor parking, and obviously any increase to traffic along Hillside Road, which, as you all know, is pretty bad. Today, it took me 10 minutes to get out of my driveway. We knew that we were buying across the street from a school. That's fine. But I know there's a proposal for another exit along Putnam Road. And I think that's something that should be considered as part of this whole entire package, not in isolation individually, but as a collective concern. I'm not sure if a social impact study has been done as part of this preparation, but I think that, this is a residential neighborhood, all of Hillside Road and Brookridge, and the traffic on both of our streets is really bad. And a lot of it is because of school through traffic. And these are really real concerns for all of our neighbors along Hillside Road.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Our next speaker is Lars Forsberg. If you would go ahead, Mr. Forsberg. And again, if you would keep your comments short, because we do have a long night.
Thank you,
and
Madam Chairman. If you can hear,
please go ahead.
I express the concern as a resident on Hillside, primarily the access and really the strong need for the second egress. If we have a emergency situation at the high school, that would basically shut down Hillside, which would prohibit, seems to me, emergency access to the main entrance as it's proposed now. And I think included in this presentation should be a requirement for the second egress from the high school. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Forsberg. And just so you know, as you're exiting, that we will get all of that made sure, that we'll have the fire department review. We'll make sure that the egress from all exits, once it comes in as an application, that is part of our review process, as will be the landscaping and the lighting in the neighborhood. And we know we have to make a big effort on behalf of the neighbors for this. Elizabeth Dempsey, if you would go ahead.
Terrific. Thanks. Thanks for calling on me. Just to keep it efficient, I echo the thoughts of Gabrielle and Lars about lighting and safety. I think the building committee looks like it's done a great job, and I would just ask that they look at some type of sustainable lighting. Living next to Gabrielle, across from the high school, it is lit up 24/7, almost the entire building. And many of us know, working on town committees, that we're trying to reduce our costs and look at the energy usage. So was wondering if there were any.
You just broke up. We lost you, but while you're, Elizabeth, while you're coming back, In fact, Stephen Walco, we've asked, Katie just asked the same question of Dan Watson, and we didn't get a really good answer. We ask all the other schools in town, the private schools, to turn off their lights at night, and the high school does leave its lights on all night, and we haven't been able to work out why. And by the way, the high school consumes 43% of the town's energy use, of the town-owned buildings' energy use. So leaving your lights on all night is probably a piece of that, although it's also a big building with lots of facilities, right? But just saying, that question has come up before. Elizabeth Dempsey, would you
Thank
try
you.
again to finish?
Yes. Yes, sorry about that. I don't know if you can hear me now.
We
That's a
can, you're
great
good.
answer. And thank you. And then I would just say, because of the piecemeal approach and the municipal improvement approach taken by GHS, I would also echo the issue of safety and putting in that second driveway. It would really be helpful. And, you know, the second part of the equation, as you all approve, say, for example, phase 2 for the Cardinal Stadium project, you know, that inclusion of the road is really important, because so many parents have complained to me that the entire neighborhood freezes up. And Tom Popkowski, the whole district security officer, has complained that, you know, they couldn't even get emergency services, God forbid, should something happen over at the high school. And there's a huge liability issue. So second egress, I appreciate P&Z listening to this and hopefully looking at that with all of your upcoming MI approvals. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that you've heard from the public. No surprise there, folks. It's what people have been asking us for a long time. And outside of that, we're ready to have you come back to us, I think, unless anybody wants to add anything right now. No. Okay, so we'll see you when you come back.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next, oh, I'm sorry. Wait, don't go away. Ashley Cole. Y'all, you waited till the very last minute, my friend. Madam Cole. All right, Ashley Cole, if you would please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, sometimes Zoom changes like on you immediately. Anyway, sorry about that. I wanted to go last because I am a member of the building committee. And I want to give a shout out to Steve Walco, who is a really great leader and put this, you know, put us on track. And I think we did a good a job as any with the budget we had in creating something that works with the very unfortunate architecture of the high school. But that being said, I want planning and zoning to remind planning and zoning that even though, you know, we put this structure together, that's our only purview, was to work on this structure. Our residential zone is a different whole thing. And that is something that you all can help us with. We are constantly barraged by traffic issues, lighting issues, environmental issues, lack of landscaping. And that in the 20 years I've lived here, our residential zone and quality has eroded, quite frankly. And it's a terrible concern for all of us who live here on Hillside. I literally had a forest across the street from me when I moved here 20 years ago. And now it's bare. I get to see a scruffy, weed-choked parking lot with, you know, whatever extraneous, you know, vehicles are left there from the town. And it's not an optimal situation for us as neighbors. And I would hope that our planning and zoning committee would try to protect us as neighbors, as investors, as residents. So
well,
please
I hope we do that too.
Well, that's what we want.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Steve Walco and all of planning and zoning.
Thank you. Okie dokie, folks. Now you could really go. So we'll see you when you come back. All righty, with that, is the attorney ready for the next one? Is it? Yeah.
Mr. Tessie, I just promoted him. He should be,
Okay.
well, he needs to accept it, but yes.
Oh,
He may not have anticipated these postponements and
you know,
There we go.
it should be all right. He's there. Hello, Mr. Tessie. Mr.
Good
Tessie,
evening.
we normally combine the applications for Greenwich Park. Shall we do that this time as well? Or do you want to separate out your new lot line revision, et cetera? Do you want to do anything separately?
I don't need to do anything separately. It makes sense.
Okay.
To combine them all
So
as we have
there,
in the past. Thank you very much for
So
that
Mr.
accommodation.
Mr. Bazili, I hope that you're ready because that means we're opening the public hearing right now. Mr. Bazili, if you would just confirm.
Sure. Ian, I'm in a Zoom conference call. I'll have to call you back.
And not any, Mr. Bazili? Not sure he's there.
While we're waiting for Mr. Basili, just for the public, we're moving on to items 4, 5, 6.
There he is. Mr.
Yes.
Bazili,
Yes.
you're ready?
Oh, are we ready? Oh, you shocked me. I need,
No.
oh, we're on the public hearing. I need like 2 minutes to set up.
All
here.
right. Okie
All right,
dokie.
I'm
So sorry we surprised you. So in order to buy time, Patrick was sharing with everybody that we are combining a whole bunch of items because they're related to one basic application. Greenwich number 4, Greenwich Park LLC for the driveway at 0 West Putnam. And that's part of the parking area for 581. Then number 5, Greenwich Park LLC for at 51 Weaver Street, also driveway. Number 6, Greenwich Park LLC for the drop-off lane at 18 Valley Drive. And number 7, Putnam 600 acquisition. This is the new part of this application. It is a revision of a lot line between so that they can do work elsewhere in the complex. And finally, number 8, Putnam 600 Acquisition LLC and 585 West Putnam LLC, which is a final site plan and special permit. And that in fact is the proposed building. Mr. Bazili, how you doing?
Well, technically,
Yes, Mr. Tessie.
I was gonna say, technically, we could talk about the lot line revision because that actually is not a separate special permit item, just to get to technically.
Okay, so let's go to number 7. We'll give Mr. Bazili some time.
Yeah.
And let's do number 7, Putnam 600. So therefore, we're going to do Putnam 600 Acquisition LLC and 585 West Putnam LLC for the lot line revision at 581 and 585 West Putnam Avenue and 51 Weaver Street.
The lot, right, 51 Weaver Street. 51 Weaver Street is Greenwich Park, Office Park. That is the parcel we're referring to. And I actually give a shout out to Mr. LaRoe. I listened to your briefing yesterday, and I should have taped his presentation to you because I just would have played it. So that goes for the whole Kit Kat and caboodle we have today. But the lot line revision is a new addition and of our application package, let's call it. It's essentially unrelated, but is related to the other 3 applications.
So hold on just one second. Mr. Bazili, we're not in the
Yes.
public, we moved it around so that we could give you more time. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
yes.
do, okay. So
Yes,
right
thank
now,
you, yeah.
this one isn't public hearing, the one we're doing right now. And as soon as we finish this one, then we'll let you know.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Tessie.
The application is to have an equal area exchange between the 581/585 parcel and the, what I'll just call the office park parcel. The reason for this application in terms of adjusting the lot line is to allow for a potential addition to, it's building number 5 at Office Park, at Office Park, to the southwest corner in connection with a possible new tenant occupancy. But again, that's not finalized. We need the lot line revision to satisfy the setback requirement of the zone.
Right.
That's the reason. The building, as you've seen, is not parallel to the lot line. Therefore, we have a convergence at essentially at the southwest corner of Building 5 with the addition, which we penciled in, for lack of a better phrase, to explain the need for the lot line change should we have the addition, to avoid having to seek a variance. It's basically self-created hardship making the addition. So we thought it would be, since you like hearing from us on these properties, one more time. And actually, so you may recall, some of you won't because you weren't on the commission in 2000, feels like since the 1900s. 2019, we actually did have a lot line revision, and you actually approved it. But it was in conjunction with our 2019 application on 585 for the larger building that was proposed back then. So that lot line revision, which was more to the east, was again an equal area exchange, and it was designed for to accomplish the building that was being proposed then. So that's been abandoned. So actually, this is a second lot line revision you've seen in connection with these two parcels over the last 2+ years. So thank you for putting this up on the screen. As you all noted, the part by doing this, which is essentially drawing a line, almost a circle, to accomplish the needed 30-foot setback, we are in a situation where there are 8 parking, I think it's 8 parking spaces that are affected that relate to the residential building proposal we'll speak about a little later on 581, 585. I heard you discuss what obviously is needed. It's not so much, it's not a cross easement. It'll be an actual parking easement, which we'll have drafted and we'll work out with staff. We'll propose it to staff. They can have it reviewed by the law department. But yes, we'd like to have a parking easement because the truth of the matter is there's no access to that area for any cars from the Greenwich Park site. So there is a lot of logic to doing that. And thank you for picking that up, that we need an easement. It can be noted on the lot line revision map and also put a requirement, should you approve this application, for a formal easement document to be submitted to the staff for review and approval. It's perfectly fine. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from the commission? Doesn't look like there's any questions or comments. Mr. Tessie, since this is a standalone application, would you like us to close it?
Yeah,
And
that's appropriate.
decide-
Yes,
And decide it now and then move on to all the other ones?
per your usual protocol. Yes, please.
Or
Okey-dokey.
just quick question before you do that. So the lot line revision, the equal area exchange is in effect, or it is in effect and you're proposing to change that, or can you just speak a little bit
You mean the
to how
past
that-
lot line revision approval?
Yeah, the one,
It was
the
never,
one
it was
from the
never
past.
effective. We never made the exchange of properties.
Okay,
So-
but having said that, a lot line revision is not a subdivision or a re-subdivision. So you are arguing that you never filed the map and therefore it doesn't exist, or what? So I think
Well,
if
a lot
once
line
there's an
revision
action.
basically states that that your proposed lot line revision is approved. If we never
I
effect
just
it,
think a better way to do it would be to say that since there was an action of the commission that agreed to that lot line revision, I think it's just better to say that this is superseding all of that, and this is a revision to that plan, so to speak.
I don't have any, yeah. I
Although, because I
don't
just
stand
don't
on
want to.
ceremony, whatever, Katie, you think is necessary to
I think
keep
that's
your
probably
records intact. I endorse that. I have no problem with it. We could make it a note. It's kind of similar to an application we had a couple of weeks ago where the word superseding was used.
Yeah, I just
And,
just say
we can note
procedurally.
that,
It's
that approval, that approval, we'll put a note on it, the approval of the commission under PLPZ, whatever the number was.
whatever it was.
Whatever it was, will be noted as superseded by this approval. That's fine.
Okay, I mean, or you could just acknowledge, you wouldn't even have to, or you wouldn't even have to use that word. You could just say that was, and that this is now the new lot line revision.
However, you
Which-
work
which
out
I
the
think
language
is-
on the note, whatever staff likes, whatever you and your staff is comfortable with. But I like the idea of noting that cleans up the record, so.
Yeah,
thank you.
I think if you just acknowledge that there was a past lot line revision and now this is the lines. Assuming
It's
the
a
commission
it's a
moves forward.
revision of the lot line revision.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's cleanest. Right. I think that's, I don't want to supersede anything, but I think is other
Okay,
than
it's a, re-
practically,
we'll
but
revise, we'll revise.
perfect.
So,
Okay.
so Nick, is that clear to you if I was to ask you for a motion?
All you have to do, Nick, is just acknowledge, that this is the new plan. I just don't think we can just forget that something happened previously.
Okay, I brought it up for that purpose. I wanted to
Yeah.
remind all of you.
No, I
what's-
appreciate that. Yep, thank you.
Was revising it. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
So Nick, just making sure that you're square. Oh,
Muted.
yeah, he
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
answered me all right.
Yeah, I think we got it. It's basically, it's not a superseding, but we're just gonna mention that it had, in a previous application, so we'll just, this is the one that's gonna count.
Okay,
All right.
all righty. So with that, does anybody, Mr. LaRoe?
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair, we have a hand in the public. I
Oh,
just want-
I'm so sorry. I didn't think we had anything on the subdivision, so I looked once. Thank you very much, Pat.
Hello.
Hello, Ms. Wilson.
Hi. Okay. Sorry, didn't realize I was on mute. I am just raising my hand right now just because I'm not sure if you close this item, does that mean if I had some comments or some questions to ask later that I couldn't ask them later because this item had already been closed?
Only on the lot line revision. So if you want to address the lot line revision, please do.
Okay.
Because we're going to close it and then we'll see what we do with it, but only on the lot line revision. If you had it on the rest of the application, then you can wait.
No, this was I'm not even sure if it is a question about the lot line revision,
Well,
quite frankly.
go ahead, shoot
because
it
I'm a
out
little
and
con-
see.
Because I'm a little confused by it. I'm not sure what the exchange is and where the exchange is in this lot line revision. What does 581 pick up if?
Okay,
if
Patrick, can you put up the map again? And then can you like pencil out where the exchange areas are? I think that's the, just tap your little pointer on it.
Yep.
But maybe I should tell you the reason I'm asking this question.
Sure.
It really has to do with the fact that back in June, I remember one of the commissioners, I believe it was Peter Levy, who made the suggestion in terms of trying to create more potential green space for the community, that one idea was to look at the greens, the land around Greenwich Office Park number 5, and whether it could be integrated with the current green space and any potential parking spots could be consolidated from 581 in order to set aside for future use, more of a park-like setting. And I don't know whether or not this type of lot line revision that if you close it, would take away the opportunity in the future to investigate the erection or the building or development of some sort of park-like situation in this southwest corner, as where it's close to the pond.
So Mr. Tessie, would you think you could answer that question?
This lot line change doesn't affect the site plan at all on the 581, 585 site. The area that's being received by 581, 585 is primarily along the boundary line that is on the western or the western side of the property. It is green area. It's going to stay green area. So there's no proposal to increase anymore on 585 anymore impervious surface. As far as the integration with Office Park into the mix here, I believe we've had plenty of discussions on that subject, and we've pointed out how the park, so long as Mr. Ferrari's going to own it, which will own it a long time, as far as I know, and his family, will be allowing the residents, as all residents in the area have been allowed, to enjoy walking through Greenwich Park. So there's basically no change to existing conditions and proposed conditions with this lot line revision. I'm not sure if that answers Ms. Wilson's question exactly, but.
Ms. Wilson, does that answer your question?
I'm not sure if it does or not. I just don't know whether or not this takes away any future opportunities.
Well, what it is going to do, let's put it this way, what it is going to do is it's creating an opportunity for additional work at one of the other buildings.
Right.
So yes, that is going to increase the amount of development on that site. However, overall, that site has a lot of green space on it, the whole site. So it would still be compliant. It wouldn't make it non-conforming. So another way to answer your question is they are within the regulations about what they need to do for their amount of non-covered, for their coverage area. What they propose to do at Building 5 would still, I don't think they don't want to seek a variance for it, so they would still be within their coverage regulation.
Okay. Okay.
I think that answers you.
Just to follow on a couple of points. One is, so Mr. Wilson knows, if and when the proposed addition is proposed, she'll get notice. So she'll have an opportunity to review and comment. It's good. I think if we do anything, it'll be just a one-story addition.
Right.
And without the lot line change, about 50+% could be, probably somewhere between 50 and 60% of the addition could have been built anyway.
Right.
So
okay.
it's, I think, fairly benign, but you'll have an opportunity to see what that addition's all about.
Okay, that's great. Okay, thank you.
You'll get notice. Okay.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so you could unshare, Pat. And then does anybody on the commission object to closing this application at this time? Please raise your hand. There are no objections. The application is now closed. Mr. McRae, if you would kindly.
Are we in public?
No, we're not. That's why
Okay.
I was making sure over and over again that you were clear and straight, because we pulled it out. And since that it was in the regular meeting, we pulled it back out and we heard item 7 still in the regular meeting. And then we'll do 4, 5, 6, and 8 together in the public hearing.
Okay. Get the rest of my notes together. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Okay, I think we could do something here. 51 Weaver Street, 581, 585 West Putnam Avenue, application PLPZ 2021-411 for a final re-subdivision of the GBO zone. Applicant seeking final re-subdivision to make an equal area of exchange to revise a common lot line. The exchange of 806 square feet of land between 51 Weaver and 581, 585 West Putnam in the GBO zone. The commission finds that the application meets the standards of sections 285, et cetera, of the Town of Greenwich subdivision regulations and section 205 of the building zone regulations, and is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. It is noted that a previous re-subdivision, I believe this is the right number, Patrick, you can inform me if this is not correct. The previous re-subdivision was PLPZ 2018 478, had been requested for the site but not acted on.
Yeah, what we could do is just ask them to note the previous actions of the commission with respect to the lines and just leave it at that, because I think they do
That's
that
fine.
anyway.
Yep, that's
And
fine.
not overcomplicate it.
We're not overcomplicated.
That's all right with you?
Okay. Oh, absolutely. I hate being complicated. Okay. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following: that prior to the map being recorded, parking easements and parking easement shall be submitted to staff for review. That's concerning the, I believe it's 6 spaces in the on the 585, 581 property. And the applicant is to address any outstanding or staff or interdepartmental issues.
Well, would it be okay, instead of submitting that to staff, would it just be okay that we ask the applicant to note that easement or cross
On the
easement or
plan.
whatever on the plan, just on the survey, since it is part of a survey thing
Yep.
anyway?
Fine. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah, it'll be a singular, it'll be just a regular easement, but fine, I shouldn't be talking, sorry.
But just
No,
like you
you
would
should
note
not.
any
Stop yourself.
easements, you would note any easements on the survey anyway, so this would just be one of the many, or one of, if it's a standalone, whatever.
Okay, and, okay. Do I have a second?
Second,
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Levy, how do you vote?
That's it.
aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
aye.
Mr. Yeski,
Aye.
and Albin is also aye. The motion is passed 5-0. And now we are opening the public hearing, Mr. Basili.
Okay,
Yes, finally ready.
okay, okay.
All right, and
Finally
so
made it.
to cover this again, we're going to do applications 4, 5, 6, and 8 together because they all relate to the final site plan for the building, for this building at 581, 585. And so with that, Mr. Tessie.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, my name for the record is John Tessie of Gilroy Tusa, last name Spillane, representing the applicants in connection with the referenced applications. I would like to say this is the first time in my life I've ever appeared before the commission without a shirt and tie. And I have it right here behind me. You can see it hanging. But you caught me by surprise. I didn't realize both the applications ahead of us were getting terminated. So I apologize to the commission and didn't want
We
you to
don't
hold me
postpone
to-
or withdraw. We're just going to terminate from now on.
Okay, so
Okay.
yeah. So just want to let you know, they're in proximity, but they're not on me. The applications before you are the result of a transition, I'll call it, from an original preliminary application and approval by the commission back in 2000, I think it was 19, maybe been 18. And during that meantime, we worked with the commission, we worked with literally all your departments. And I think importantly, we worked with Mrs. Wilson, who was Mr. Ferrari did, and Kevin Molnar, who's here, who's usually by my side in these applications. He's our project architect, as you know, designer, and Mr. DeAndrea. But we worked with Mr. Lavery and Mrs. Wilson in terms of their desires to see a building that they believe was appropriate, and we all now believe is appropriate for this location. We worked with the Architectural Review Committee also, and obviously with the commission members, with a lot of back and forth over these few years. So I think if you will get it right with this application. And we thank you all for your patience and your really dedication to that community. And John Ferrari feels very strongly about that community in Western Greenwich, and he's very well vested. So he embraces what we're presenting here and how we got here, but he certainly would like to get started. I was going to open up with the commission by saying we have to stop meeting like this in a way, because it's been so many years. But hopefully this is it, and everybody can feel good about the application. For the audience and for the commission members who are new, the proposal is to combine two separate sites that are owned underlyingly by Mr. Ferrari at 581 and 585 West Putnam Avenue. On the 585 site is a pre-existing 10,000 square foot office building. And on the 581 site, which many people remember as the Garbo's discotheque or whatever it was called back when, it was office space there also. That is not occupied and currently is not occupied, it's not there. And so we have a vacant site. By combining the two sites, we are able to take advantage of provisions of 6110G of the 6110 of the regulations as they existed at the time of the original application, and provide for an overall floor area that is greater than the 0.5 FAR otherwise allowed in the zone. The regulation we applied under actually allowed for a 0.9 FAR, but as you can see in the tabulation Mr. LaRoe provided, we are proposing a floor area ratio of 0.744, which is even under your current iteration for this type of inclusive project for the GBO zone, which is the zone we are in. The new building will be a little over 65,000 square feet as proposed. It is going to house 44 dwelling units, 9 of which would be what we call the MID units, or moderate income units under the regulations, as defined again in section 6110. We will have 4 stories. The first story will be, first level will be parking, which is technically below grade under our grade plane regulations. And then we have the stories above containing the residential units. We also have, as you know, a rooftop terrace to provide outdoor recreation area for the residents. And the terrace also has, I'll call green elements to it. Certainly Mr. Mollard, and also I should point out that our landscape architect is also present this evening, should anyone have any questions as to the thought processes for the rooftop terrace. As far as parking is concerned, I went through maybe too much of a parking analysis for some, but what it does indicate per the regulations that we are actually over parked based on the current parking regulations for a 6110 project. But over and above the number that are on the site, we've got the ability to utilize parking on what I'll call an easement or cross easement basis at building, what we call building 9, but it's the building on across the driveway or entranceway to the park on the right-hand side and at the corner of Valley and West Putnam Avenue. So we feel very good and comfortable about the amount of parking we have. I think we have a decent balance with green space on the property. We have 64% coverage, which is less actually than existed previously when the Garbo site basically was all parking. And of course, we've introduced a whole landscaping plan that Mr. Studer, our landscape architect, again, is happy to go over with the commission, but it contains such elements as maintaining the rock outcropping in the front, which provides both greenery as introduced on the rock outcropping, but also a softening of the view toward the building from the street. The building is well set back from the actual, well more than zoning provides for the from West Putnam Avenue. I know during the discussion yesterday, there was some time spent on the sewer department memo, which again, we appreciated Mr. Feminello working with us. We satisfied his outstanding concerns from the prior time, if you will, we were before you, an interim application. And that he has a sewer easement running through the property that this will not affect. A part of the building, whether it's cantilevered or otherwise, is over it, as pointed out by Mr. LaRoe. There is a commitment to the sewer department, as you discussed yesterday, for the construction by Mr. Ferrari of a replacement pipe in the town recycling center property that has for some reason been I'll call it pinch point, but there's a lower diameter, just so you all realize. The pipe shrinks for a section from, I forget what it is, from 12-inch to 8-inch. There's a 4-inch difference. So we're going to go in there. Mr. Ferrari is going to go in there with its contractors, and is responsible then to eliminate that contracted distance, which I think is about a few hundred feet, but maybe 100 feet. It's been so many years. Just so you know, a wetlands permit, when we obtained the wetlands permit for this property here, which we needed, it was made a condition of the permit. I reference it in my cover letter. And your staff has a copy of the permit. And I think Mr. Rogenbout can confirm that there's that in that permit, we are obligated to do that. I say we, Mr. Ferrari is obligated to do that work on the recycling center property. It's a condition of that permit. So certainly feel free to, reference it how you feel comfortable in your decision. But we've also, Mr. Feminello also asked that we reconfirm it again. And in my cover letter, it's reconfirmed again. It's on the next to last page of my letter. So I think we kind of beaten it to death, but if you want to beat it more, feel free.
Yeah, you know us, we want to beat it to death so that nothing
Right.
goes wrong. So that would be the concern. So just the question then is, have we hit it from enough angles that it's clear enough that there's a legal agreement? And maybe Katie and Pat, maybe the thing that we do is, if we get to there, is we leave it open so that anything else that the applicant needs to do to satisfy that there is an agreement is done before you do zoning permit or something like that.
Wait, what do you mean leave it open? Leave what open?
No, say any additional documents or language that would be necessary for this agreement on the sewer improvements must
Well,
be completed.
I would respectfully suggest that
Not being an,
you
go
can
ahead.
certainly state, look, we're not going to get a sewer permit. from
Exactly.
Mr. Okay, so you don't really have to worry that much. He's not
Yeah,
gonna
you
give us
said
a
you're
sewer
right.
permit.
Mhm.
I think if you just note that we've made that we will comply with all conditions imposed by the sewer department for the issuance of the sewer permit, and comply with all the conditions of the Inland Wetlands Water Course Agency permit, you kind of covered, because it's in both.
So will do it as a condition on the zoning permit or condition on the building permit? What do you think about that, Katie? Building permit?
Well, I think it already is a condition under the Wetlands and Sewer Department, so I think just
Okay.
referencing it for the zoning permit is probably the right thing to do, and then having it be a, you know, condition of CO that it be completed to the satisfaction, you know, of, I mean, which would have to be the case anyway, but I think just referencing at this point would probably make more
Okay.
sense.
See, I think so, because what we don't want to do is just make it difficult, if you will, on Jody Couture. Because at the end of the day, if we get the sewer permit,
Well, the key thing is just that
And,
staff
you know,
knows
that's
they
not
need
gonna
to
come
court.
unless we do the work.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing is just that staff knows they need to coordinate with the sewer department and the wetlands department to make sure that it's covered the way it was intended, but it's, in terms of conditions of any approval, I think just referencing it would makes most sense.
And as it relates to the site plan, that work, that choke point that Mr. Tessie describes is off-site. It's not, it doesn't
Yes,
impact.
correct.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's no,
Okay.
I think the commission can move forward without any concern about things moving on the site plan or the wetlands permit approval for the site. It's a significant distance away, so it's really an administrative function of sewer when they're going to release the permit for this site versus the permit for the work at the choke point. So
Okay. I just want to make sure I've got, as we're looking at this, to make sure we're looking at, or I'm looking at the same things and I truly understand what we're looking at. Patrick, thank you very much for going through everything yesterday. But I want to make sure it's very clear that our PLPZ 408, that's the connection of building 9 to 581, 585 site, correct? Maybe Mr. Tessie can actually confirm that as well.
I'm sorry, application 408.
Yeah, this is 0 West Putnam. That's the connection between building 9 and the new building, the new site.
You got,
Well,
Right.
when you say new site, Mr. Mack, that
Zero,
The-
I think what you're saying,
585, 581. That's the driveway entrance that connects the existing building 9 to the new driveway.
okay, what happens is, yes, you're just jumping to the, I'm not saying jumping, but you're referring to the separate application, the site plan application for zero, which we call building 9 for zero,
Okay.
West Putnam. And that is the corner building where we're eliminating its curb cut on West
Yes.
Putnam Avenue. So we're contracting curb cut and we're revising that parking area. There you go. That parking area that you have your hand
Okay.
on, such that the entrance will be in the new drive, the entrance drive, which is on the 581, 585 site.
Okay,
And
great.
you
And
can-
then
Yeah.
the 409, this is 51 Weaver. That's the connection of the new driveway to the back of building number 5, correct?
That's to connect, that ultimately leads so that you get right into the park. Yes.
Okay, great. Now, just this is a little 18 Valley Drive. This is PLPZ 410. This is the little, yeah, that little loop there
Yeah.
next to building 8.
Right.
correct.
Okay, great. Subdivision, which we just did, that's 410. And then the actual site plan is 407. And this is where I'm leading.
That's correct.
Right now,
Right.
that's our full site plan and the
Right.
driveway and the revised curb cut on the post road.
Yes,
Okay,
very good.
it
Right.
seems that we have everything, but I think there was a question in my mind as to what the status of the curb cut revision was and where we are with DPW and Beta concerning that. I think that was the only thing
Okay.
outstanding in
Good,
my mind at the moment.
Okay, I can address that. Actually, we had 2 beta comments. One was they wanted, well, there are a number, but some related to parking. I think parking is self-evident that it's more than
Right,
sufficient. Beta mentioned, which I didn't fully understand, they mentioned again, because we about the connection from building 9 to the sidewalk on West Putnam Avenue. And we added the drive, you can see it meanders a little bit. You can see it on the, there's a sidewalk that leads up to the parking area there. No, over, I keep pointing thinking you see me, sorry. No, right, if you go back to the driveway into 581, 585, and just go right a little bit. No, go right, go east, right there, you'll see the drive, you'll see the walkway there. That we added. Which is
Okay,
what they were
that's
looking for.
Right, that's the serpentine sidewalk
Serpentine, thank you, I
yeah.
couldn't think of that word,
Okay,
yes.
from the end of the parking down to the existing sidewalk.
Yeah,
Okay,
and there's a walkway around it. So I
Right.
think an area around. So just wanted to show you that we addressed that point. They said we hadn't, but we had. There it is. Maybe they didn't understand what it was. Then the other point they made, which DPW made, in which we've accepted as to the entrance drive, is that it is understood that it will be that insofar as the exiting is concerned, it would allow exiting to the both to the west and the east, but that the commission will reserve in its decision. In this, you have to come up with the crafting of the wording. If it's problematic, and it was discussed yesterday, that is, if it becomes problematic in terms of basically safety, we're happy to use a fair standard that the DPW believes that should be converted after let's certain amount of time, maybe give it a year after we're open, to a right-hand turn only. That based on those concerns, that Mr. Ferrari will accept that. But we'd all like to give it a shot. We talked to our traffic engineers from Mazer, and he believes there won't be a problem, which is based upon statistics. But if there is an issue, meaningful issue in the eyes of the DPW, and safety can be increased, if you will, we'll accept that post-construction obligation to convert it to right hand with a sign, I assume, with a right-hand turn only out of the park. So
Well,
we're in
Mr.
agreement.
Tessie,
Yeah.
when you say statistics, you mean the analysis done by your traffic engineer based on ITE?
Yes, I'm saying
Yeah,
that, right.
yeah.
And we're saying that we all know the road gets busier every year. We do have the popular Citarella across the street. And so, we've all lived with this a long time, but this has been agreed to conceptually. I don't remember how long. We've accepted that comment from DPW in beta for a while now. So it's just about the staff and the commission crafting the language. But as I said, I'm okay with DPW being the final determiner and give it a period of time. And then if it's not, if we can help the community by going right hand only, then we'll deal with it.
okay, great. I think actually that kind of explains it then. It's not that it's been resolved, but it's been resolved, and it's actually up to us to think about what we want to do with that if we make a decision on this. Okay,
Yeah, it's just about the crafting of the language, but conceptually, there's agreement. Phrase it like that.
right, okay. But I think actually all the other departments are good with everything else between all four. Actually, what are we at? The four outstanding applications. Is that correct, Mr. O'Rourke?
Yeah, if I go through the traffic comments again, I'm sort of going from memory right now, but the first
No,
one.
just, I think we're good on the traffic stuff. I think it's actually just, I want to make sure all the other departments have looked at and in a sense actually signed off on the other, the three other applications. And it seems that everything seems to be resolved for the site plan as well.
Yes, conservation
Okay.
has commented. Their comments from the last application are the
Right.
same.
Same.
ARC has again looked at, I think this is the third time they've looked at the site, not this proposal, because it has changed, every time, but they've looked at it, they've issued their comments or their recommendations. Wetlands has issued a permit, as Mr. Tessie pointed out earlier. Beta, our traffic, the commission's consultant on traffic has looked at it, as well as DPW. DPW has also looked at it for the drainage manual, and they've issued their comments. Sewer has commented, and that I think that's all the comments that were solicited and presented at the prior application as well. So,
Mr. Tessie, I don't believe the architecture has changed between the last time we saw this in ARC and this date.
No, there's been no change. We ran out of time, the last application. It was a question of time and had to cross a few Ts and dot a few Is with some outstanding department comments, and here we are.
well, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Tessie, but I think your landscaping got a little more robust between either with the application of the ARC or after.
I was going to say, since we last signed off it with ARC, which had to do with the landscaping plan. Yes, I honestly, I can't. That happened almost at the same time that we withdrew. I think it was the same month. I think we withdrew in August, and we went to their September 1st meeting. So I apologize if
Mr.
I was
Tessie,
off by a
Mr.
month.
Tessie, Mr. Molnar just came in to help you out. It's
Yeah, he's
not.
got my back.
Go
Good
ahead,
evening,
Mr.
everyone.
Molnar.
The, since you all last saw it, the only change was what Pat had said. We added more landscaping as you folks had requested on the site.
Thank you.
All of which was approved by the ARC at the time.
Okay. My drawing, the last one I have is from July. Does that sound right to you? July 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. I think I've got everything kind of buttoned up here from my point of view. I don't know if anybody else has questions.
Anybody else have questions? Doesn't look like it. How about members of the public? Anybody wish to speak, please raise your virtual hand. Somebody is on the phone right now. If you wish to comment, to raise your hand, it's *9, and to unmute, it's *6. Annette Wilson, if you would go ahead, you should be all ready.
Okay, thank you very much. So as has been noted this evening, obviously it's been over 2 years to get to this point. And although I think I said it before at the last meeting, but we were all together, I do want to just reiterate our thanks to the commission for all the time that you've dedicated to establishing the right balance between housing development and the town's desire to retain and really improve our community character. And to that point, I really do want to thank John Ferrari and Kevin Molnar and their entire team for the responsiveness to our neighbor concerns. I think the reinterpretation of the prior plan is modern and yet residential and really fits the West Putnam corridor. So thank you very much. Moving forward, we feel confident that everyone will accord the same high standards that have been employed so far. We just had some questions and maybe a few outstanding concerns. So in terms of questions, a couple of things that weren't clear to me, and I'll just list them out here, is in terms of the parking. One, are there electric car charging stations that are allocated, and is there wiring for additional stations if electric cars become more prevalent? So that's
Mr.
one
Tessie,
question.
Mr. Tessie, if you want to, I'm just going to ask you to go one at a time then. Mr. Tessie, would you answer that question, please?
I think Mr. Molnar is our designer, and that
I
seems
don't-
to be the
I
way,
didn't
that
look-
seems to be the way of the future, but I'll let him speak.
Yeah, at this time, we're seeing this across all of our buildings. We're retrofitting in charging stations. Society is speaking and we're responding, and we will here as well.
Okay. So you may not have them on the site plan yet, but you are going to add them is kind of how I'm translating that, because I don't remember seeing them.
Correct. They're not shown on the plan. You know,
Okay.
the amount that we need, you know, was 0 and now it's ever increasing. So that number is going to
Yeah.
change over time.
And just as a heads up, there's a new state statute that allows the commission to request energy efficient and sustainable things. And we're starting to think about what we're going to do. So down the road, it'll be even more easy. There'll be some sort of requirement to consider it in
Yeah.
parking of over a certain size.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, and the
Ms.
other two-
Wilson, go ahead.
Okay, and then also still staying with parking, I wasn't sure. I believe maybe it was in conservation. They suggested that there be parking spaces provided for shared car service. I'm not, and also referred to allocated bicycle parking.
And so far as bicycle racks are concerned, it's actually, I think, in your regulation, it was mentioned also by
Yeah.
Beta.
Yeah.
I don't think, Kevin, we should have any problem having
No,
bicycle
absolutely.
racks there. I think you have some in Office Park now too.
Yes.
Right.
And we've discussed, I'll answer the question on the shared parking. We've gone back and forth on designating resident parking, commercial. We went back and forth 2 years ago on this application. And I believe that one of the answers that the applicant gave us is that they will work it out with experience, that as they need to allocate parking or not. Is that where you guys still are? Because that's it's old memory that is coming back to me.
Well, we've said, I thought I mentioned it earlier, but is
You
that,
might have, but we don't always listen
yeah,
to you.
no, it's okay. It's perfectly fine. I believe that offices, if this answers the question, that office in residential always make for compatible neighbors when it comes to
No,
parking.
this is shared for delivery. If
So,
I understood the
now-
resident, Ms. Wilson,
No.
correctly. Right, Ms. Wilson, you were
Yeah.
thinking about delivery Uber and Chowhound.
Yeah.
They have a space that they use.
Yeah, I hear now, but I was just gonna say, number one, and so what that means is that we have plenty of parking spaces, whether spaces should be dedicated for that specifically, I really don't know. And I think that's where it came, now defer to John and Kevin, of course, who have a lot of experience in residential, what they see, retail gyms, as you know, and office space. So I think as Kevin was saying, they are always prepared to meet, logical demand, lack of a better phrase.
That's what I remember you saying. So why don't we say you will continue to evaluate the situation of and look at opportunities to optimize the parking by, with signage. And that leaves you with the ability to put signage on for shared parking for,
Right.
Okay.
because
Sounds-
the flip side of it right now is that there's a huge pushback about how environmentally bad those delivery services are, Uber and all those guys. So who knows where that's going to end up next. Okay,
And
right.
Ms. Wilson, anything else?
yes, and then the last question there was just in terms of the signage plan, I believe ARC on
Yes.
August at that meeting actually asked for one plan that would incorporate lighting, landscaping, and signage all together, so that, because they just were talking about how one impacts the other.
Yes, of course.
So at the meeting, we made the commitment to return with the signage package for this building. Since we're talking about a building address and whatever the building may be called, maybe it'll be J Lofts, unsure at this time. It'll be reviewed then. It's a very minimal package as there's no commercial use on the site. So
Okay.
signage is very small.
There's no consideration for the planning and zoning memorial building?
Might not be a bad idea.
Sorry.
There's been quite a few commission members on this one.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
Okey-dokey. All right, so
This is one time when I think a building's gonna get built by committee and it won't look like a camp.
yeah, yes. So Ms. Wilson, those were your 4 points, correct?
Well, those were actually, those were just questions. I did have a couple of concerns that I just wanted to readdress.
Yes, ma'am.
And the concerns, the primary one at this point is really the traffic safety. Really having to do with the misaligned driveways that are across the street from each other, Citarella and then the driveway coming out of 600 that are conflicting. So we have conflicting car movements, and with the increased car volume that will be coming now out of the new driveway at 581, it'll be taking volume from new residents, Greenwich Office Park number 9, and there'll be a connection so that all of Greenwich Office Park can go in and out of that intersection of that driveway. So it would appear from the crash data that Beta provided and some of the other documents, they've pointed out their concern with the amount of vehicular accidents that have occurred, and that there's going to be an eventual need for a right-hand turn lane. And I'm wondering whether or not, rather than waiting for that eventual need to occur, can there be a preliminary backup plan done now as to how a right-hand turn would actually take effect? And what are the traffic implications for Valley Drive, West Putnam, Weaver Street, if there's a different plan is going to be needed, let's say, I don't know, if it's a year or two from now. And again, as per Beta, if there were an eventual a preliminary plan, really sort of reinvestigating the right-hand turn lane at Valley Drive, where there used to be the dedicated lane that no longer exists. As they point out, there's only 25 feet of car storage for the left and the right-hand turn. And it's only 10 feet across. So with a right-hand turn lane, it would appear that Valley Drive would need to be augmented to take an increased flow of cars that need to take a left-hand turn to go back towards Greenwich.
It's funny because Mr. Yeski raised this at the very beginning of this application process. This was a key point that he made. So we did talk about this way long ago when they first came in. Katie, would it make sense to do some sort of a year after CO, we look at the traffic situation, or alternately, we could just say the applicant will continue to study the feasibility of a right-hand lane, just to put the heads up out there for it? What makes the most sense? Because this is not the first time this concern has come up. Everybody's talked about, I remember Mr. Yeski in the very beginning talking about how Valley there is a feeder from the north, and a lot of traffic comes down that. So it's feasible today. What would we say?
I think that the better thing to do is to have some sort of control mechanism over this in a year, because let's say one person thinks X and another person thinks Y, there has to be a decider in this, which should be you. So I think getting the traffic analysis in a year, I would even go as far as to say, if necessary, we should have Beta take a look at it, and obviously DPW, and then, a decision be made by the commission at that time.
Okay. Does that?
If I may interject, I don't agree with Katie on that. I don't think the commission needs to get involved, because the commission is going to be relying upon the experts. Now, what we did at Old Track Road a number of years ago, we had the issue, but it was a parking question.
But we initiated that on you, Mr. Tessie. We got so concerned about Old Track.
No, we agree. No, if you go back, I suggested it. Okay?
You did? Okay, I didn't remember
your
that.
concerns. And the suggestion I would have, in all due respect, is that the Department of Public, that if you want to interject Beta in it, but I would suggest that our trafficking, this is what happened. May not get 100% right, because that was like 8 years ago. But the idea was that in 1 year, our traffic consultant will be required to provide a report, an analysis, and then meet with DPW, and it could be the commission staff, however you want to work it. I'm just saying it was kept at the staff level. I don't think it needs to go back to the commission. That's all I'm saying. In that DPW at the time, and And,
Okay.
see, at
Yeah,
that
so
time you
hold
had
on,
tra-
because what I do remember very clearly about Old Track was that I went, the commission went bonkers. And we started the questions. Now, then you said, yeah, you're right. And you came back in with an application and we said, we are so concerned about this. And you said, yes, we're right. You guys are right. But I agree with you. I'm okay if we're not involved, but Katie, how do we just make sure it happens? And that DPW and you are on it. If it's you, it's fine.
It's your condition. So if you're comfortable deferring it to staff or DPW, that's up to you. So it's,
Anybody
obviously at
else
any
got a
time,
vote,
the
got a
commission-
word on this? Anybody
the
else
staff
got
could-
thoughts?
At any time, the staff could defer it back to the commission if staff doesn't feel comfortable.
Why don't we do that?
But
That a year?
it's ultimately
was
your
the-
decision.
It was DPW that first raised it as a, as a process of how to handle the issue. of
Okay.
Yeah,
perhaps
my
needing to-
only point before was that it shouldn't be left sort of ambiguous. Someone needs to be
Yeah,
the decider
yeah.
of this, and
I
it shouldn't
agree.
be, and it shouldn't
Yeah,
be the
I-
applicant, with all due
What
respect.
Katie
No,
was
I'm not
saying,
suggesting.
yeah.
The idea was that we report to you all, to report to the professionals, and then they look at the situation, have their own information, see what our traffic engineer comes back with, and right, DPW and staff, whoever it is, makes the call whether they want us to revert to a right-hand turn only lane. It's not a
Okay.
lane, right-hand turn
So-
only exit.
I think the wording is that a year after the CO, there's a traffic analysis performed by, might as well have it be the applicant's traffic consultant. And that it's specific to the merger of Valley, where Valley comes into West Putt. And that be reviewed by staff and DPW, and staff can decide whether or not it elevates to the commission in
I
terms
thought it
of
was
site plan.
I thought it was that driveway, but maybe it's that combination of the driveway
I
and.
heard Ms. Wilson say that it was the Valley juncture. Ms. Wilson?
No, I'm just telling you what DPW and Beta said.
Oh, well,
heard
I
what
can
Ms.
tell you
Wilson
that, yeah, but I have a lot of confidence in, and I have, Mr. Yeski drove it a whole bunch of times. And I remember, Dennis, if you want to speak for yourself and not
That
have me
doesn't
put,
address the issue. The issue
Yeah.
was a safety issue, making left-hand turns out of the driveway.
oh, you
There's
can't
nothing
make
to do with
left-hand
the
turns under
intersection.
the post
Oh,
road.
well,
It's-
well, hold on a second. Let's get back to kind of like which one are we talking about? The new driveway
The new
or the
driveway.
intersection?
No,
The
the
intersection of West
merge,
Putnam
the
River
drive,
Valley.
it's the driveway onto West Putnam Avenue that's now going to have traffic, potential traffic on it. There's one merged driveway now for Building 9 and for the residences. And there could be some traffic going in and out of Office Park. So one of the
Okay.
concerns was, is that going to, because as Ms. Wilson pointed out, of the issue, and I raised in my presentation, the issue of of what goes on at the Citarella site, being very active, a situation where it's safer for the community in the area to just allow, based on the study that was done, which would include accidents, of course, to limit that driveway to a right-hand lane. So it
Okay,
wasn't
so this-
related to the intersection at all. It was related
Okay, so
to.
it's the new driveway into the
Yes.
site, right in, right out issue, not the second lane or turning lane at Valley Drive.
Not right
Okay,
in, right out. It's right out. You eliminate the left lane.
Right, okay.
And
Could
should
I
the
just
language,
say they
It's right in
impact?
the,
each
Be-
other?
it's right in the.
Hold
Be-
on-
it's
hold
right
on
in-
a
it's right in
second.
the Beta.
Yeah, I'm reading the beta comments right now. Ms. Wilson, you were going to say something. Hold
I
on
would
just a
say-
second.
They can't be separated from each other.
That's what I'm reading the beta comments and I'm coming out exactly there because they're talking, yeah, go ahead.
If you require a right-hand turn lane only going west, the only way to go east is to come out onto Valley Drive and take a left at the light to go east back towards town.
I
It
agree
puts a
with you.
lot of stress on that intersection at that point, and there's only 25 feet at this point between where you would come out onto Valley Drive and the light.
Yep. I'm just looking at, I'm just going to go,
Can I
yeah.
I just want to make something very
Right.
clear. Okay, this is not about Mr. Ferreri performing off-site, any more off-site work. This is a simple issue of whether to limit that after a year or whatever it is of operation, and a study submitted in analysis done by staff and any consultant staff wants, to a right-hand lane, right-hand out turn only at that driveway. So, as far as the study area is concerned, that's fine, but just understand this is about the driveway. That was what Beta talked about, DPW, and what Mr. Ferrari said he'd commit to. He's not going to perform any other site. He's
No,
not gonna perform any other off-site work.
But you mentioned DPW, and that immediately says, what should the town be looking at doing as well? So it's not, you can't just take one land use application by itself. Okay, so do we have any kind of consensus here? If we were to condition this and we were to say a year after CO, the applicant shall perform a traffic study. And Katie? On the,
And submit it to town staff, who will review with DPW, and then it's up to you who you want to be the arbitrator of that. I mean, is it DPW, commission, P&Z staff?
I
You
think
have to-
actually,
in
if we're gonna,
consultation with DPW.
right, take that analysis through staff back to Beta DPW. If their analysis comes back that, yes, they're in agreement, everything is okay, that's end of story to me. If they have concerns, then we should bring it back to the commission.
Yeah,
But
I would direct it to
DPW
I would direct it to P&Z staff. Obviously, we'll confer with
Okay,
DPW, Beta, whatever, and then, if there's an issue, take it to you. If there's not, move forward.
Well, the
Got it.
issue, okay, obviously it's your decision. You could deny this application. If you put a condition in there that you're going to open the door for Mr. Ferrari to have to do anything more than make a right-hand turn, we're not going to accept it. He's not gonna accept that.
Mr. Tessie, we are not saying that. What we're saying is that we want the data in part to find out if the town needs to take any action of its own. We need to look at the whole service area, that whole area, see how it's working. And the answer may be that DPW needs to do something.
Yeah, but you can do that internally. That involves, an MI.
But not and
anything else you
include
want.
your driveway. So we'll do it, you do the drive, we'll get someone in to do the driveway. Okay,
Because we can do the driveway. It's about signage.
yep, I got it.
The health
Well, I mean,
concern-
let's, if it's found that there's problematic turning and whatever, in a year, you would be providing, just to be clear here, you would be providing what? An analysis of the number of accidents, the amount of traffic
Well,
coming
in
off
our
the valley,
traffic
the number of
study,
traffic, what are you exactly providing in this traffic analysis?
You'd be studying you'd be coming in with a report on the, obviously on the level of service, if you will, of in and out there, and any traffic, and any accidents, just a normal traffic report focused in on that one intersection, that driveway.
Okay, yeah, because
That's
if
the
the right,
area, that's the area of study.
I've a question for Mr. Tessie. The area of study, so it's the revised driveway access. Would
The
it be
driveway access, yeah, okay, it's right, the
no,
combined
would
driveway
it
access
be,
there.
as we was just mentioned, would it be an undue analysis to take a look at what's happening at the end of Valley Drive as well as they're related? So basically it's the right in, right out issue at the new one, but does that affect the Valley Drive intersection? And I'm wondering if part of that analysis can include that, just to see if it has an impact or not a year after CO.
I think that as I said, if you want to include that, as part of the study area, fine, for the reason to get the
Yeah, we're
information.
good. Okay, we're
Get the
there then.
information out of
Okay.
us, it's fine. I just wanted to make
Okay,
it clear in
all right.
terms of his commitment. I think we're
Okay,
all clear.
yeah,
but
yeah, we
there's
got
no
that,
objection
yeah.
to that.
Okay, stop. All right, Mr. Molnar.
So what you're asking, or what we're gonna do is, at our driveway opening for 581, that we're gonna take traffic counts, we're gonna monitor it and see that it matches what we've presented in our report. And if it is different, we'll also do the accident analysis to address whether we eliminate the right turn or not. I'm sorry, the left turn. Correct?
Mhm.
Yes, I think the only other thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that in addition to that is providing traffic counts, et cetera, for the Valley Drive intersection that can be passed along to DPW for their action if warranted. That
Okay,
way, if there,
May-
if there
may I
was,
ask-
there's been an increase in,
wait, they're all talking at once. Hold on, go
if
ahead.
there's been an increase in traffic or an increase in what's happening at the Valley Drive intersection, then DPW is aware of it and they can take the action to remedy if they need to.
So you're
Okay.
asking Mr. Ferrari to do traffic counts at the intersection of Valley for the town's use.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so now, Ms. Wilson, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to ask a question in terms of what that study would include. Would it also include the wait time that would be backing up to try to take a left to get out?
The
And
level of,
also-
yeah,
yeah.
the level of service analysis that was, I think it's implicit because that's the level of service. And then when they do
okay.
the traffic counts, they would implicitly get to what the level of service is for that intersection,
Okay.
which,
And then
go ahead.
And then I'm not sure, let's say that it was difficult to take the left and there was long wait times. Where do people actually leave? I'm not sure, do they all come? Because I think at Valley Drive number 9, isn't it an entrance only now? You cannot come out onto Valley Drive at number 9. Is that right, Kevin? I thought you and I had looked at that a while ago, that it was only going to be an entrance in at number 9 at Valley Drive. So does anybody who doesn't want to take the left, do they have to go further up Valley Drive to where there's the larger entrance and exit onto Valley Drive that's a bit further north on Valley?
I think I'm a little confused. So GOP 9, the building on the corner, we're eliminating the current driveway that is on West Putnam Avenue. The existing driveway that goes to Valley is remaining as is, no changes there.
Can you exit there or is it an entrance only? I think on your maps, it shows that it's an entrance only.
On GOP 9?
I thought that's what the drawing showed.
I got to pull up the drawings here.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to open this, but.
Yeah, okay, so I think, yeah. If anybody remembers, it would be good. Does anybody remember?
Yes, the driveway onto Valley from Building 9 is both in and out. The one that's being removed is out only.
Right.
Right where your hand is, yes.
But currently I saw an arrow in on one of the other maps, but it does not show an arrow out.
GOP 9 that exits onto Valley is an exit entrance and that remains. The one that goes out to West Putnam Avenue is the one that's being removed. So there's no change with the movement on the what exists on GOP 9 and its interface with Valley. That is existing condition to remain.
Okay.
All right.
Maybe I saw that
Okey-doke.
incorrect. Okay,
Okay,
and then, okay, Miss, I'm sorry, I don't want to take up more of your time than necessary, but I do have a question just in terms of the parking. According to the September 13th Gilbride Tusa's letter, it states that none of 585's parking spaces will be available to 581. And I was confused by this. I would have thought that if it's a mixed use development, that the parking would be integrated, that you could park on either side. All of this is just trying to ensure for the future that the residents at 581 will have enough parking. Should there be a
Okay,
leak?
so the thing is, they're complying with regulations, and based on the regulations, the 44 residential units require 44 spaces. So they only have to have access to what they require under the regulations. They don't have to be given extra parking.
Okay, but I just didn't understand why it says that none of 585's parking spaces would be available to 581 if they're a merged mixed-use application.
Say that differently because I lost you.
I don't understand if this is a mixed use joint application, 581 and 585. Why the letter from the lawyer says that the parking spaces at 585 are not going to be available to 581.
Okay,
even
let me,
though there's a
I know,
sidewalk.
I know how to answer you another way. There's 84 total parking spaces proposed. And the building, the residents of the building only need 44 based on the mixed use. So there's 40 spaces that the residents are not required to have access to.
Okay, okay, I get you. Okay, I hear you.
Okay, all
Okay,
right.
great. And then the
Okay.
last thing really is just going back to the green space. And the green space, you know, I understand that we have the park-like setting of Greenwich Office Park. And with probably the eventual development of Greenwich Office Park, I just want to flag it as an issue that Greenwich Office Park is still not a park. It is still an area with a lot of vehicular traffic. It's not a safe community space or recreational space for families with young children. There is constant traffic. There are no sidewalks, and there's limited recreational area. And I believe that the wetlands in Greenwich Office Park prohibits the future expansion of the existing pond area, which would have been you would have thought would be a natural area to have actually increased the park, the set aside area for people to have recreational activities. So the goal of preserving and augmenting the community green space is truly just a top priority, which I just wanted to flag for future projects. And having said all of that, I just wanted to thank you guys.
And to answer your question on that, you know, we've talked a lot about what we do with mandating some sort of access to open space and green space. We're starting out by changing the landscape regulations, and we're moving on to what else can we do so that anybody who lives in an apartment building, and we're thinking in terms of distance, can you get to a park? Is there a park a quarter mile from your building? Something like that. And we're in the very early stages of it. We recognize it, but we're in the early stages of working on it. So thanks again for all the comments. I think you're the only one, so that was good.
Okay.
Does anybody else from the public wish to speak? Please raise your virtual hand. And okay, does anybody from the commission have any questions? All right, okay, now.
Want me to say anything or not?
Well, I just want to go to this question of we're talking about 3 applications right now. So do you want to close out separately or just do it all together? And then Katie, can we do the decision mode? Can we put them all together at the end of the public hearing?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So let's do that. We'll skip the subdivision. So Mr. Tessie, your call. Do you want to close everything out right now and make some wonderful comments about how much you enjoyed working with us?
I would just like to say how wonderful it has been to work with you.
I knew it.
And I would like to point out something, because I think it is important. You know, you've been inundated, may be the right word, with multifamily applications this last year. And I think you'll find this application has provided less impervious service than any of those applications you've seen. And we were able to combine it. Yes, Greenwich Park is not a park, but there's a lot of green area and a lot of the community enjoy it. And so I think on balance, given what you've looked at, we haven't jammed anything down your throat, so to speak, if I may use more of a crass statement. We've worked with this commission. John and Kevin have worked with the neighborhood. And again, we thank Ms. Wilson and Ms. Lavery for their endurance. And sometimes I know they had to endure me, as you have. But I think we've all come together for the right reasons here. We understand the parking. We believe the parking is more than adequate. I had proposed way back when even connect the parking up at 585, but it's just not needed. Insofar as traffic's concerned, we all get it. And I think we're coming together that we'll do that study. The DPW, I like the way you phrase it. Ms. Alvin could look at the study and determine whether they should be doing something in their streets. And Mr. Ferrari will, if it's logical, appropriate, and required, we'll make that change on our right-hand turn lane only. We all hope that Mazer is right and that ultimately this actually dispersed all the traffic the way we want, and probably won't have as much traffic as we're anticipating, given the changes that have been brought to us all through this pandemic. So all in all, thank you very much. Have a good evening. Respectfully request that you do decide this positively at the end of your agenda this evening. Thank you.
Okie doke. Thank you very much, Mr. Tessie. Thank you very much, Mr. Molnar. And with that, does anybody object to our closing all of these applications at this time? Please
No.
raise your virtual hand. If
I
you
do not
object-
object to closing, but I would like to hold off on decision. There are a lot of moving parts to these applications. And
So you
I
don't
would
want to
like
decide it tonight?
I would like to make sure that we've got all the details
problem.
enumerated. But what I would suggest for Mr. LaRoe, if you can put this on the agenda for the next meeting, share that we could dispense with it at that time. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, so we could open with it at the next meeting. I think hopefully they heard us say that. Yeah, and I want to think a little bit about how we word the traffic thing. Dennis probably doesn't even remember anymore how concerned he was about that southbound traffic on Valley way back when, but I remember because he was quite concerned. He said it's an accident waiting to happen. Okay, so with that, we continue with the public hearing. Oh, wait, I haven't closed the apps. Sorry, folks. Okay, so the applications are all closed. And again, that is for the driveway at 0 West Putt, which is number 4 for the final site plan, the driveway 51 Weaver Street, the drop-off lane at 18 Valley, and the final site plan and special permit for the 65,380 square foot building with 44 units. If you get a chance, Patrick, there is something I forgot to tell Mr. Tessie, and he seems to be gone. Would you tell him that we heard that apartment mix they have, where they have, I just closed it, but I think they have 10 apartments that are 3-bedroom, and then they have like 16 that are 2-bedroom, that looks excellent to us in retrospect, because what we're hearing as we work on other things is that there is a lot of demand for multiple bedroom apartments that is not being met in town. So if you would pass that on to Mr. Tessie to tell Mr. Ferrari. Okie doke. So the next application is 171 Ham Avenue LLC for a final site plan and special permit at 171 Hamilton Avenue. Let me just say that seated on this application are Albin, Macri, Lowe, Barilak, and Yeski. Mr. Levy, you are not seated on this application.
I will stand.
You will stand, please stand. And we left it open the last time because we had this, we had come across this case that we wanted Mr. Cohen to write a brief for us on. And so with that, I think we're ready to hear from Mr. Cohen. I've got him, Pat. He's got his paw up. Or I think I've got him.
Just to confirm, you're standing down, or you will, what do you mean?
No,
Mr.
he's
Levy?
not seated. He means he's
Okay,
standing
'cause-
up. You gotta be, gotta drink enough coffee for the commission humor, because it's usually can be very alert
Gotta
for
go
our
with the
jokes.
punches. Yeah.
Our jokes are usually pretty lame. So, okay, so we've got Mr. Cohen is on his way in. And it says he's joining us as a panelist. He's kind of suspended. There you are. I thought you were suspended in space. So hello, Mr. Cohen. And 171 Hamilton Avenue LLC for an 830G application at that address. And I believe we all have your brief in front of us. And if you would like to talk to us.
Yes, I would. Good evening. Bruce Cohen representing the applicant. And as you know, this is a continuation of the meeting earlier this month. The main issue that was left open had to do with the applicability of 8-30G to this proposal, which involved a retail floor on the ground floor, which complies with the LB2R zoning requirements, and 6 apartments on the upper floors, all of which comply with the requirements of 8-30G. An affordability plan was submitted with our application indicating exactly complying. There were a couple of smaller issues that were open at the last hearing that I'd quickly like to address. For example, Mr. McRae wanted to see, quite correctly, all of the architectural plans which have now been filed, including a plan of the roof. There was a comment from DPW, which they approved the 2 proposed driveways on View Street, subject to a couple of optional conditions, which I mentioned, I think at the time of our last meeting, that we would avail ourselves of option B, which is a requirement that we meet with parking services to agree that the existing on-street parking on the eastbound lane of View Street along the frontage of the property can be removed, and we would be glad to undertake that. So with those 2 matters aside, let me talk briefly about 8-30G. And I understand the commission's concern about the case from Orange that Judge Berger decided, and I tried to deal with that in the brief that I sent earlier in this month. I think that as I tried to point out in with regard to the Orange case, the huge difference in that case and in the Cortese case, which was decided by this commission and upheld by this commission, is that the retail component of our proposal by itself complied with all zoning requirements, which is not the case in either the Orange case or, of course, with Cortese. And as I suggested when we last spoke, the commission, I believe, had full authority under 8-30G to make that determination as to whether or not this was truly an 8-30G application, or was this what I believe was, in the case of both Orange and the Cortese, a blatant attempt to use 8-30G to bootstrap into compliance an otherwise illegal commercial component. Again, that is not the case tonight. I do believe that
Go ahead.
more important, really, than either of those cases is what the Supreme Court of our state had to say about 8-30G. And I'm going to quote it. It's the language that I point out in my letter to you earlier this month. 8-30G defines an affordable housing application as any, underline any by the court, any application made to the commission in connection with, again, the court italicized, in connection with an affordable housing development by a person who proposes to develop such affordable housing. Apart from requiring that an application be made in connection with an affordable housing development proposal, the statute contains no exceptions or qualifications limiting the definition of an affordable housing application to certain types of applications to zoning commissions. I think that those are very, very important. And then I quoted another Supreme Court decision by a very well-known and regarded judge, Justice Alan Peters, who noted in the case of Kaufman against the Zoning Commission, as a remedial statute, section 8-30G must be liberally construed in favor of those whom the legislature intended to benefit. The intended beneficiaries of 8-30G are folks who require affordable housing as defined by the statute, which is being provided together with an entirely legal retail component. I think it's up to the commission to determine whether or not this is a Cortese kind of an application where we're using 8-30G as a method of leveraging something illegal into a conformance, or is this a situation where the commission has authority to decide whether or not at this location in this zone a retail component on the ground floor is appropriate?
So
As I've mentioned in the past, Ms. Albert, if the commission determines that it's not appropriate, that no mixed use will ever be permitted, again, notwithstanding its prior determinations in the cases like the Fruman case that you mentioned during your briefing at Old Post Road number 2, or really the implication I think that we received during the pre-application hearing that this was something that the commission was not going to be concerned about, then my client will convert the ground floor use to a residential and add another affordable unit and proceed from there. I don't think it's the right decision, and I think the commission would be making a mistake if that's the direction you decide to go. But you know, I'm sure you may be influenced by or directed by what the town attorney may have to say as well.
No, not directed by the town attorney, because we're the ones asking the questions here, but you hit on a bunch of key issues for us. Our mandate here is to weigh our need for affordable housing versus other community needs and other issues in the community. So I give you two offsetting needs. First of all, retail continuity in our commercial areas, very important. But second of all, we are trying to build our affordable housing inventory, and every unit we get that is workable in a neighborhood and doesn't strain a neighborhood, because there are some that strain infrastructure and we wouldn't want. But even if you went to all residential here, you wouldn't be straining the neighborhood. Every unit we get moves to that. And then I add that there was an article in the paper this week, and I think I'm allowed to read the newspaper, right, Mr. Cohen? So it
definitely.
said in the newspaper this week that Chickahominy has gotten the greatest population growth in Greenwich. And it went on to describe how many multifamily units must have been added in Chickahominy between 2010 and 2020. And I gasped, because we all know we haven't added that many multifamily units in Chickahominy. We don't know where those folks actually are coming into, but to give them even one more unit and really to be potentially adding 3 units in total. So if you went to all residential, so why this case was interesting to me is I believe that we are looking at the greater need being for residential, and that in this opportunity, an all residential might be better for us. And that's where I got stuck, and you just hit it. That personally is where I'm stuck right now, because I read your brief and I reread the case and I said, okay, exactly what Mr. Cohen says here. The section must be liberally construed in favor of those whom it's intended to benefit. Bingo. 9 units, 3 of them affordable. That's who it benefits, is to have more residential, because that's our need. So I'm open to convincing, but that's how I'm balancing the priorities of our town. And now I'll be quiet because I've spoken my speak.
Well, you in other words, Ms. Albin, you would suggest that the commission take the position that mixed use is simply not allowed, and that's the reason that you would turn this application down and thereby get another 2 units of residential. But
Because
you'd be setting a precedent.
I know that, and I've struggled mightily with that, because precedent is a big deal to us, a huge deal. And I said it to everybody at the briefing yesterday, precedent is a big deal. We're looking, as Mr. Tessie pointed out during the last application, we have a lot of multifamilies before us. We're seeing them throughout Fairfield County. This is important because whatever we do will affect other people. We need to think about this carefully. Do we want to say that mixed use does not belong in an 830G? And I'm saying we need the affordable housing more right now. But am I right? It's why there's 8 of us here and 5 of us seated, because eventually we have to come to a decision, not right this minute, but we have to come to a decision on that as a group. So I
think
leave that.
If I were on the commission, I would vote in favor of keeping the discretion alive of the commission to determine whether in a particular location for a particular kind of development, a mixed use was appropriate.
Okay.
But
Thank
I'm
you
not on
for
the commission.
Thank you for joining the commission. Mr. Yesko, you want to say
I
something?
mean, in other words, Madam Chair, and correct me if I'm wrong, but one could say that in this particular instance, you feel that residential outweighs the need for retail continuity. You're not saying you can't do mixed use. You just don't feel it's the appropriate
No,
situation.
I'm saying I totally recognize that I'm setting a that we would be setting a
But
precedent
no, there
here.
would not be a precedent is what I'm saying. What Mr. Cohen is suggesting is that you take it on a case by case, and that you're not suggesting that you can't have mixed use, because there might be some other site where you feel like mixed use would be appropriate. So what you could do is you could say in this particular instance, you feel that the housing is more pertinent and more and better for this area, or whatever the findings are that you're making. But that doesn't negate someone coming in the future for a similar thing with mixed use.
I'm okay with that.
Katie,
Is
I
that what you
disagree
said?
with that. I think
It's not what he said.
Katie,
Thank
doesn't
you.
that?
Wait, let
set
Mr.
up
Cohen
this-
finish. Wait,
Sorry.
Mr. Lowe.
Sorry.
Let Mr. Cohen.
In this case, Katie, I disagree with what you're saying. I think that if that were the basis of a decision, it would be illegal. I think if Ms. Albin is right, she would have to turn it down on the basis of it being a mixed use, and mixed uses are not allowed according to this interpretation. But that would bind the commission, I think, for all time.
I think it would. I mean, I think
Whereas
we'd
your
be.
point, Katie, would be, on a case-by-case basis. I don't think that's right.
No, I'm
I
not.
think that if you go back to the Cortese decision, the commission was absolutely correct in denying that, not because it was mixed use, but it was an effort to bootstrap a non-conforming commercial
It was
use
egregious.
in a residential zone.
It was
Well,
egregious.
I think we should take a step back on that one, because what I am suggesting is that when one comes in for an 830G application, which is an affordable housing application, the commission has the right, based on determining whether or not there's a public health and safety issue, to determine whether or not the need for affordable housing outweighs any public health and safety issue. And I think if they make the finding that residential is more appropriate here, they have the right to do that.
But it's got to be based on health and safety. You don't have.
No,
that
it
here.
does not. It does not, Mr. Cohen. The wording is any issue which rises to the importance. We can pull it right up to you. It's not health and safety, because for starters, I will tell you that there's a case that we happen to be aware of at the moment that's in Stonington, where a National Register Historic District rose. And the other thing is that you can have environmental issues that are not related to health, but are just general environmental issues. So it does not have to be. It says health, safety, or any other issue that rises to the importance of affordable housing. So the whole slant of it is affordable housing. Build affordable housing. That's kind of where I am and what we're trying to do. That's why this has been such a struggle for me.
Well, isn't a question here? Does we have to answer the fundamental question, which is, does 830G permit this mixed use, right? If we take the exception and you follow Mr. Cohen's argument, then you are saying, oh, okay, we'll treat it, as Katie, you're saying, on a case-by-case basis.
No, and Mr. Cohen is saying you are setting a precedent for all time.
Exactly.
He is not, yeah.
Yeah, and so isn't that really the the guts of the issue.
But just remind the commission that if you close this tonight and wanted to get comments from council after you
We
close
can.
it, that you can do that, just as a
And,
reminder.
and it's just, you know, it's this question of, um, are we setting a precedent for all time? Or could we say, it's really not what the regulation intended. It's trying to push residential. It's trying to benefit those people, and every darn unit if we were Stanford or Danbury, who already have lots of affordable housing, it would be different. But this is a proposal that does not impact, it's a nice size in the neighborhood. It fits well, and we get to eke out one more unit from it. Okay, I'm going to be quiet because that's, you know, I shouldn't be saying that. I should be saying the precedent. And does it set the precedent for all time, or could we change it? I don't know the answer to that legally.
Well, can I ask a question?
Sure.
As I recall, 830G, it gives this appeal right where the burden shifts to the municipality if the municipality denies an affordable housing application or modifies it in such a way as to impair the viability of the application. Or is the concept, Madam Chair, that one of the options we have is to approve it, not deny it, but approve it as modified with all residential?
I believe the applicant just offered us that.
Yeah, it did. It did.
You did, right? The applicant just offered us that modification as an option.
Which
The application that's before the commission has retail on the ground floor. The commission has to act on that application. And my client is prepared, if it is denied, to come back with a revised application. But
Okay, because
I don't think you can modify it by changing, the application.
Yeah,
But just like
the court, and I understand why Mr. Barilak is asking that question, because I reread the same language in 830G, and obviously he's been reading, and it says that the commission can modify, but I was also unclear how we would modify a site plan in and of ourselves, and I would rather have the applicant come back in. Okay, Katie, you were going to say something.
As a reminder, on the other Hamilton Avenue application, the one behind the two-door, that's effectively what happened. There was an issue, the commission denied it. And then within that short period of time, the applicant was able to come back in with a modified plan, which the commission then found to be satisfactory. So there is that provision of the statute, in other words.
Okay.
That you've used before.
So I just want to give, Joe Pecora has his hand up, and I'll let him in a sec, but I just want the commission to talk real fast. Dennis Yeski, go ahead.
Yeah, I hear your concern, but let me ask you a question. Mixed use. Are you including anything other than retail in your definition of mixed use?
No. Anything that is mixed use, it could be, well, you can't do offices.
Right, on the first floor.
But
right?
it's any of the approved ground floor uses in the zone. That's what we mean.
No, we've only asked for retail.
No, you have, but Mr. Yeski's asking me, when I talk mixed use, what do I mean?
Oh, sorry.
Correct. Because the other,
Mr.
just to take the devil's advocate here, you mentioned that there's a lot of people that are new to this whole area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And yes, you would like one additional unit. I get it. I'm wondering what the value of retail might be in this area if you have that many new people also. And
I agree.
Again, it goes back to I mean, I've driven down this strip many times. There is some retail, there's some restaurants, whatnot, but not a whole bunch of them.
I know.
So,
I know.
I just wanted to clarify one, that we're only talking retail. We're not talking office. We're not taking other commercial, which I think that other case had something to do with. They were violating.
No, we're not talking about only retail. We're talking about all in general, because once again, you're setting,
all
I
except
believe.
over in the zone that you're dealing in.
Right. So the question is, once again, the question 830G poses you is not what is most strategic for you as a town. What is your greatest need when you're considering affordable housing? And that's where I was landing. The greatest need in the community would versus having retail would be another residential unit in this lovely way that it's being done where it fits very nicely into the neighborhood because it's very respectful of the neighborhood. It's in scale. So that's where I said, wow, if the statute is meant to benefit the folks that need affordable housing, that's how we should be thinking. What's our priority? Okay. So Dennis, does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. Anybody else?
Just
So
one other
if I-
comment, Ms. Albin. Oh, I'm sorry. You're asking the commissioners.
Yeah, I was kind of asking, Mr. Barilak had his hand up and then I'll let you chime in, Mr. Cohen. Thank you.
No, go ahead. I'll cede the floor to you and come in after you.
Mr. Cohen, you have been ceded the floor.
I suggest, Ms. Albin, that you're reading 8-30G a little too broadly. When you say that the commission can consider other matters such as the need for affordable housing, the language of the statute is that the commission may consider or has the burden to establish that it has considered the protection of substantial public interests in health, safety, or other matters which the commission may legally consider. So the issue is what may the commission legally consider within its jurisdiction? And that's fairly clear. And I think that if the commission were to make a decision denying this application based on some other conditions, it would be treading in very dangerous waters, I
Well,
think.
I can only
And-
tell you, Mr. Cohen, I can tell you that there's case law supporting National Register Historic Districts, which certainly have nothing to do with health or safety. Okay, there is case law for that. And
But
that
Title
there's,
A specifically allows a commission to consider that.
but that's
It's
the
Title
whole
8
point.
that you've got to look at.
But that's the whole point. So regardless, because I'm sort of still on the not clear this is an 830G, and I believe it makes sense that 830Gs max out the residential that they're offering. I mean, if you had a whole town full of nothing but 830Gs, you wouldn't like that because you'd have no retail. But when you're only going to have 10 or 15% affordable housing in your town, what's your highest priority? So again, anybody else want to throw in thoughts? I think Mr. Barilak, you seated. Do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, I'll just say I think that for my money, I like Chickahominy with retail on the ground floor and residential above. I think that preserves that style of neighborhood. I've spent a lot of time thinking about and reading the various decisions on this, and my feeling is that unless we can approve this as a modified application, if the commission would as a whole prefer to have all residential in the spot, I don't think we can rely on the decisions I've seen, the Cortese case or the Marsh Hill case, as being precedent that establishes that mixed use is not permitted under 830G, and that leads me to feel that we're obligated to approve this application.
Well, does that mean you're dismissive of the notion that by approving this application as is, does not set a precedent for future applications? Not in Chickahominy. It may be perfect in this spot, but for other places, it may not be perfect. And then we are subject to the scrutiny of the next developer who says, wait a minute, you approve this, you have to approve mine.
Now, I think that, well, go ahead. Somebody else was about to talk.
Yeah,
I think it was
I just
Mr.
wanted
Levy.
to chip in here. There seems to be something appropriate about the mixed use idea here, and I am not, I'm not so convinced that it's so important to be an advocate for the 830G idea. I like the idea of what is this neighborhood, and the neighborhood
seems to do very well with this retail and residential mix. And by having a project in there, which is increasing the density a little bit in this neighborhood, it seems to me that one apartment, one way or the other, does not really make much of an argument in the way I look at it. It's really what is the neighborhood like? And it just seems like it's a better mix if there is retail.
And all neighborhoods. So Mr. Levy, you're thinking about all neighborhoods in which you get an 830G because, and in which I believe, well, at this point, if we set a precedent that you can have mixed use in an 830G, I'm not even sure they need to allow commercial. That would be a question. I don't know the answer to that one, but all neighborhoods. So you're thinking precedent. You're not just thinking about this building. You're saying in general, in town, what is my higher priority with getting affordable housing? And I mean, I like the scale of this application, and I like, you know, the other one I really liked how it worked, and is the one on Orchard. And I'm bringing in an approved application. It's water under the bridge, but again, that's an all residential use right in an old commercial space, and it worked. I thought that fit so nicely into the community. So you know, that's the thing. Yes, you went all residential in what used to be a commercial space, but look at what you added to the town.
But in this zone, the retail is allowed and residential is allowed.
But so it was on Orchard Street as well. Orchard Street was also in a commercial.
I know, and in both cases, the applicant came in with a plan. And maybe it's because I'm brand new and don't understand exactly all the parameters what the commission can do, but I've never seen us presented with an application where somebody asked for a particular use or a combination of uses where without some legal prohibition on one of the uses or the other, we said, no, we would prefer you build something else. I'm not sure we can do that. Now, maybe.
Yes, we can. We've got a case, Mr. Barilak, that says that 830G is not mixed use. Of course we can.
No, I don't, but see, I don't read that case that way.
I know you don't, but that happens to be your read of it, and that's not necessarily the accurate, you know, it's your read of it. I'm reading it as it says an 830G does not include commercial. And that's, well, I mean, to me, it could, if we wanted to, we could approve it. We could say, yes, that's our, you know, we could, but I'm not reading it that way. So well, anyway, anybody else on the commission, because I feel like I'm dominating the discussion.
I think maybe a better way to look at it is not necessarily to hang anyone's hat on case law, but rather to look at the statute itself, which does say that it is about residential development. So your decision then is whether you want to bifurcate the proposal and do something with mixed use, do something with residential, or whether you find that there could be some sort of mixed use. So you can, instead of necessarily hanging your hat on the case law, you can hang your hat on the statute itself.
The idea, somebody mentioned bifurcation yesterday, and it makes me grossly uncomfortable because I just can't understand. I conceptually get the idea that it's like Riverside Commons and you have some uses that are approved here and some other that are, but you know, what do you do with sewer and, you know, I'm uncomfortable with splitting this in two. Who else wants to talk? I gotta be quiet. Keep saying that. Mr. Yeski.
Madam Chair, is it your concern that there's going to be another 830G in another zone that might permit retail at the same, and somehow they're going to make it grotesque, that they're going to build massive beyond what you would expect retail? I'm making this up, retail.
Nope.
And therefore use this as precedent.
Nope.
And well, that sounds like you are very concerned. You say precedent, right? So what
But
would be
I'm
the,
not worried about that because we denied an application, to Mr. Cohen's point, we denied an application that was settled in it was decided in 2002 because it was an egregious commercial use, and they chunked in an 830 residential and said, see, now we're cool. And we denied it. We lay down the flag and we said no, and we won that in court because it was egregious. So everybody's agreed that an egregious commercial use just to, get away with it isn't going to fly in court. People, we
okay,
know
so
that.
what's your concern about the next precedent?
The
The next thing?
830G is meant to be residential. It's meant to be residential only. That's what the judge, how I read that judge's decision. An 830G is meant to be residential. Now that's my read. Mr. Barilak has a different read and Mr. Cohen has a different read. That's my read of it. The 830G is meant to be residential.
But if I may interrupt,
Yes,
Ms.
sir.
Albin, in that case, as you remember, in the Orange case, the commercial use was completely illegal in the zone,
I know.
as is not the case in the present
But the
situation.
judge,
And when you raised the Orchard Street development, you should remember that was a residential zone, completely residential. It was an R7 zone in which the flower shop existed as a
you could have kept,
non-conforming use. And
but
so
you could have
bringing
kept the
it back to,
non-conforming.
pardon me?
You could have kept the non-conforming use. But coming back to that, Mr. Cohen, Judge Berger bifurcates, speaking of bifurcating, he splits his decision in two. He talks about the light industrial in a completely separate section of the decision. Then he talks about whether or not an 830G can have commercial use. He separates the decision in two and he makes two very discrete opinions. That's where I think you and Mr. Barilak see it differently. You both, from what Mr. Barilak has said, he tends to see it in the context of the light industrial. I disagree with that. So my only sense is, guys, I just feel like 830G is residential. And much as I kind of think retail might be interesting here, and I do want retail continuity, I'm thinking what we're supposed to be doing is building affordable housing.
Yeah, I don't think my analysis of the Berger decision has anything to do with the industrial law that he was talking about whatsoever. If that section were gone, I'd think of it the same way. I look at 830G as sort of a superpower that blows out all zoning. And when an applicant comes in relying on that superpower to blow out zoning for residential, all's good. When an applicant comes in and tries to use that superpower to blow out zoning for non-residential, as Cortese did and as the Marsh Hill guy did, very bad. You can't do it. In this case, the applicant doesn't need superpower to put his first floor retail on. He just needs our zoning rules, which is why I was asking yesterday, is it very clear to everybody that this applicant could build that first floor, full stop, and comply with our zoning? I got the answer that it was yes, and if that's the case, my view of it is that the law of the Berger case in Cortese does not allow us the power to say no to this one.
Okay, and so I read you once again for the sentence, as the plaintiff's proposal undisputedly includes non-residential uses, it does not fit into the definition of an affordable housing application, and the 830G review process does not apply. That's the sentence I read. I know you disagree with that.
Yeah,
okay, so we're all having a disagreement here. Yeski, Lowe, McRae, who else? Because we're going to argue. Barilak and I have been arguing about this for a month now at every meeting.
Question for Mr. Cohen. In your brief, thank you very much for the brief. It's quite enlightening, by the way, to me. The statement that the statute contains no exceptions or qualifications limiting the definition of an affordable housing application. That's the section that you've underlined. Can you expand on that in terms of what it means or what your thoughts are on containing no exceptions or qualifications limiting the definition?
No,
it's that issue of it's saying it's got to be affordable housing. But is it stating an opinion, or is it stating any kind of anything else as to what else it could be? Or is it just open-ended? Is that the only thing it's specifically saying is that it's affordable housing?
Well, that wasn't me talking. That was the Supreme Court of Connecticut talking.
Yes.
The language that you quoted. And I thought, Mr. McRae, that the interesting part about that quotation is the fact that the court underlines any and in connection with. In other words, the court is taking the same expansive view of the statute as does Justice Peters, which is that if it is in connection with an affordable housing, and in fact it complies with the intent of the statute, which is what Justice Peters talks about, that it's okay. You can stretch the definition of what you put in an application. In the Kaufman case that I quoted from, the argument was being made that the applicant was seeking a change of the zoning regulations, which is totally, as you know, discretionary with a planning and zoning commission. And on that basis, the argument was made by the commission that, hey, it's within our total discretion. We could turn it down. Supreme Court said, no, you can't. Even though it's the kind of an application that would normally be totally within your discretion, because it's in connection with an affordable housing application, you cannot turn it down. I think that's applicable here. And does it, how far does it extend? I don't know how far it extends, but I do believe it extends as far as this case when we're dealing with a use that's legal under zoning and an affordable housing component being built at the same time. And incidentally, it's not so easy to do what my client is proposing to do here. Go figure out how to make a retail component completely legal in a situation where you're providing affordable housing. It's not easy. We spent a long time working on that. And you remember, we even went so far as to do that 6-129 plan from Tony DeAndre to show that we were legal on setbacks because of the average setback on Hamilton. So anyway, back to you.
I have a question.
I think it's highly applicable in this case.
Mr. Cohen, you've got,
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
got some more, okay,
have
so
a
you've got
question
some more
for-
questions from the commission. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Mr. Loeb, you have a question.
Yeah, for Katie, this site had for want of a better term, a standalone barbershop on it. Could it have a standalone commercial entity and have a separate component that was residential and included affordable?
I mean, the bifurcating two approvals on one lot, you mean?
But not have them be attached to one another.
It
Yes.
does. That's the use right now, Mr. Lowe. There is
Right, I
the
didn't know whether
barbershop building,
I understand.
and there's a
That's why I brought
two-family
it up.
house.
But is that, theoretically, Katie, could that happen?
Where you have residential and commercial use in two separate buildings on a parcel?
Yes.
Yes. And that's actually quite common in parts of Chickahominy, as a matter of fact, historical patterns.
Anybody else have questions? Oh,
Look
sorry.
at Garden Catering that's on Hamilton Avenue. There's residential behind Garden Catering.
Yes, I do have another question for Mr. Cohen. That same paragraph that you outlined in your brief, it starts out with 830G defines an affordable housing application as any. Okay. Is there any specifics as to what the any refers to other than application? Is it any type of application or any use application? How does any inform the application?
You mean, has the word any been defined?
Well, what you're saying is that the affordable housing application as any application made to a commission in connection with, and
Here's what the Supreme Court had to say about any. It's an interesting, you really did read this.
Oh, we've been reading it.
In view, this is another quote from that I provided in that brief. In view of the plain and ordinary meaning of the word any, we construe the language of 8-30G to apply to every type of application filed with a commission in connection with an affordable housing proposal. So how far does that extend? You asked the Supreme Court. The reason that the words plain and ordinary meaning are put in quotes is because that is a standard of legal interpretation that's the courts have used from time immemorial. If you don't have another good definition of a word, you use the plain and ordinary meaning of that word.
Anybody else have questions? Mr. Yeski, you're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, I was screaming at the thing, so I muted myself.
Not at us though, right? Because we're always so reasonable.
I wasn't screaming at you, no.
Okay.
Mr. Cohen, you really want this retail, which must mean that there's some attraction to it. And you're fighting very hard for it. I don't suppose you would see it in your economic best interest to give us another affordable unit if we let the retail stay?
Well, if you remember, yes, you probably don't, because I barely do. In the original application that was filed a while ago, there were a number of options. Pardon
It
me?
was only like June or something. You haven't been here for that long. I know it feels like a long time, but it hasn't been.
You're right. June feels like yesterday. Anyway, the application we filed in June had a couple of options, and one of the options was exactly the one that you're suggesting. Would my client want to do it now? I don't know. I haven't really spoke to them since the commission asked for a clear direction as to which way we were going. We said, we're going all retail on the first floor. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know what the economics are one way or another.
Okay.
I think my client would do probably either, but I can't swear to it right now.
All right.
How many affordable, wait a minute, I'm not done yet. How many affordable units are you giving us now? I just want to make sure I
It's
understand.
2 from
Two,
6.
right.
There's 6 units in total and it's 30%.
Right.
But that 6 units, 2 affordable, but plus retail, right?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know. It just occurs to me that retail, I like how it fits into the neighborhood. I understand Margarita's concern. It's just maybe there's a compromise there where we can get an extra affordable unit because retail is attractive enough to your client to do that for us.
But
I don't know.
the problem is, Dennis, this isn't a compromise area. The problem is we're looking at a case and we're saying, is there mixed use in 830G? It's very hard if we say, no, there is not, for us then to compromise it.
I
It's
understand your
legally
point.
weak.
I got your point that you want to make this 100% according to your definition of 830G. I got that.
That's my viewpoint. Yeah, in my viewpoint. And again, the applicant can do whatever they want. Does anybody else have questions? I know Mr. Pecора's had his hand up for a long time, but I wanted the commission to get a chance to kick this around and think through the issues. No. Okay. Surprising. Okay, so we're going to let Mr. Pecora speak. All right, Mr. Pecora. It says he's coming in. And then while Mr. Pecora is coming in, if anybody from the public is here in regard to this application at 171 Ham Ave, would you raise your virtual hand, please? And the person who's on the phone, that would be *9 to raise your hand. Just raise your hand now, and as soon as Mr. Pecora is done, we'll call on you. Go ahead, Mr. Pecora.
Okay, a couple things. First, as it relates to the Cascade project, that was an R7 zone.
Yep, got it.
I wanted to keep the zoning the way that
Yep.
regulation stated and
Understood.
totally differentiate residential with commercial. I felt that the best use of that property was for the town to buy it, one. Second was affordable housing, and we chose to do affordable housing. As for the reading of the case, I totally disagree with you, Margarita, and both cases were denied because the developer attempted to bootstrap the P&Z Commission into approving something that was either illegal or legally non-conforming or dangerous. And in both cases, they were denied. As for your ability to accept the application and make a determination whether it's agreed to or not is proven by the cases that you previously accepted. I said this during the task force meetings. If you're not going to change the underlying zone in the small LBR2 zones, then you should just change the zone to R6. And then you would just have all residential, and you would eliminate the retail component out of those little villages. If that's what you're looking to do, then just change the zone. As for changing the application, you don't have really a right to do that without me saying, yes, we'll agree to it or not. And if this application were the one that went in front of Judge Berger, his language in responding to the appeal would be quite different than the Orange case or the Corteza case. Both the LBR2 zone allows for what we're proposing, the size we're proposing, the location we're proposing, and the residential above. In fact, you even encouraged developers to build retail on the first floor and residential on the upper floors by your new change in the 6110 application. So therefore, you're saying within your own regulation that you would rather see retail on the first and residential above because you eliminated the use of residential on the first floor. You also stated in many meetings in the task force in a public meeting that you would rather see affordable housing spread out throughout town and not just in the western part of town. The reason that the growth rate in Chickahominy and Barham has increased the way it has is because the affordability. So the reality is that these communities need retail use. Your retail LBR2 zone clearly states that you want the first floors to provide small commercial service in order to service the local neighborhood. And we're trying to do that. The easy way out for us, if you deny it, is to just come back and modify it and make 100% residential. My stubbornness tells me deny it and I'll appeal it. And then we'll see what Judge Berger has to say. Having said that, I don't know which way I'm going to, Sylvester and I are going to decide, but the right thing for this community, and we have millions of dollars invested in this community. We are not interested in doing what's wrong for the community because everything that's right for the community helps us and everything that's wrong for the community hurts us. So therefore, in our most humble opinion, of which we grew up literally 75 yards from the location of this property, is that the best use for this property is retail on the first floor and residential above. I have clearly stated in the past that I would have much rather have done a 3-story building versus a 4-story building, okay? But your regulations don't allow it. 830G, going 830G with 3 stories doesn't financially allow it. Even if you decided to work with me and make it a 3-story. What you have forced me to spend on this application now doesn't allow it. So therefore, you're going to have a 4-story building in this neighborhood, whether it's a mixed-use building or all residential. And the reality is, it's sort of like eliminating attics the way you used to do it in the past. You have the same looking building right next to each other. One has retail on the first, one doesn't. They're both the same identical buildings. And I think the question you need to ask is what's best for the neighborhood? And I think
What's best for the whole town, not just the neighborhood?
No.
Because
This
we're laying
application-
precedent for the
No,
town here.
I'm speaking, Madam Chair.
Yes,
The
but I'm being
reality
clear.
is that this application is for this neighborhood, okay? And the underlying zone, we delayed this application so that you could use this as a guide as to what works in this town and what doesn't. And the 6110 application change, the 6110 zoning regulation was changed to only help those wealthier areas of town and not the poorer areas of town. And in my opinion, that's fact, okay? And we've said it, and we've communicated that together.
Thought you supported the new 6110. I thought you were on board.
I was on board for everything other than the LBR2 zone, and that's clearly in the record.
Okay, so we didn't just
Okay.
support rich neighborhoods. Okay, just wanted to be clear.
Yeah, no, well, it is clear that as it related to LBR2 zones, it's on the record as to how I felt about it and how you felt about it. But my point is that what's best for Greenwich, okay, and best for this town, and best the way society is moving, is that people want to live in these areas of town. People want to live above and near shopping. And how you're reading the law is you're overstating it to say that you are now not going to allow affordable housing in areas that you're allowing other housing to be in, which is in mixed use buildings. And I totally disagree with it. And I probably would take this to task to test your theory. And I think I would win.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Other Pecora is also wishing to speak, so we're going to go to the next Pecora. Sylvester, you should be all set. I have to call you by your first name because I got the both of you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We're good. Hello.
Hi. So, Madam Chair, I just have a question. The way you described 830G and being in residential neighborhoods and the way you read it clearly, the way I interpret what you said is that 830G would not be in any mixed use zones, LBR2, LBR1, GB, and anywhere.
No,
So
it would
what-
be. It would be. It would be. Sorry.
Finish. So all I'm asking is if you were going to put an 830G in a residential neighborhood and not have mixed use, can you tell me one location where the 830G wants 830G says that public transportation is very important. I don't know of any residential neighborhood that a bus line goes through a residential neighborhood.
So if I may answer your question, I'm not saying that 830Gs can't go in a commercial neighborhood. I'm saying that I'm reading it that that building has to be all residential. It can go in a commercial neighborhood. Of course, they can go anywhere, but that the building would have to be residential. That was my read, that the building has to be residential.
Okay, well,
That's all.
And
So,
that,
but it would still be, the business zone is still the business zone, and you guys are in a great location there. No question. You're right in front of the bus and you're right by the school. It's a fantastic location.
so what it sounds like, and I'll agree to disagree, and it sounds like a lot of other staff members actually agree to disagree with you as well. And that I would probably agree with Joe and would probably be willing to spend the money to go down that road.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
that's your prerogative to what you decide to do, depending on what the decision is. I have no idea how the rest of the commission is coming out right now, because we're not allowed to discuss that. We're only allowed to ask questions and get clarification so we can make up our minds.
And
Margarita.
just one more point. Mrs. Blankley, Katie.
Mrs. DeLuca,
Mrs. DeLuca, sorry, said that in that area, it's very common for the retail to be very separate
Mhm.
than the residential, and that is totally not true.
Well, there's a
But
few, right?
No, let me finish. There's only
Okay.
one. And every other retail and every other residential is actually connected, 5-1. The one
Okay.
that isn't connected is not normal and more than one, just to be
Okay.
clear. Thank
All
you.
right.
The one,
I
the one
was thinking-
example I gave.
The one example she gave.
Correct.
And we
And
have a
and
fun.
it is mixed use though. I mean, you do have commercial, and you do have residential, so in that whole area there, not just in your immediate area, but in the Hamilton Avenue area. You do, it's in the neighborhood itself, the village. But your point's well taken, Mr. Pecora, but I was expanding it a little bit further down.
Thank
And
you.
then
The other
Patrick,
thing,
oh, sorry,
other-
go ahead. You can
Yeah.
interrupt me. It's all right. I'll let you.
thank
Go
you.
ahead, Mr. Pecora. I
Thank
won't
you,
lecture
Margarita. I
you.
appreciate it. If you follow your train of thought in that you would rather see residential in these 830G projects, you would eliminate all of the LBR2 village feel. If we were to buy multiple properties and do 830G, because I've already proven that you can't develop these small LBR2 zones, okay, with the underlying zone. So therefore, it's the only development would be 830G. So say goodbye to the LBR2 zone, and what happened to the idea that you want to spread the housing throughout town and keep the village feel?
Mhm. Well, it looks like we're spreading it around town, because we've got some other big ones coming in other places in town. So it looks like we're going to get to do that. And you did express a concern that I mentioned before, which is if you had nothing but residential, yes, you would have an issue. Mr. LaRoe, do you by any chance have the date that the pre-app came in and the application was submitted to us, the actual application? I'm just curious, because it doesn't seem like forever to me, and I'm just wanting to make sure that the time has gone the same for the applicants as for us.
I believe it was June or
If you could just confirm that. My sense is that the formal I know it came before us September 14th, I think it was. And then I thought in June, but I didn't think this had been, like a huge
Right.
and a
I-
huge, let Mr. Yes, do you remember the dates, Mr. Barilak?
I have a note that said we had a briefing on March 1 to discuss this. It might have been as
Is that a pre-app?
as a pre-app.
The pre-app was in March,
Right.
and then I think they submitted in June. So, it hasn't been eternally long. Does anybody else in the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Again, it's *9 to raise. *9 to raise your hand. Nope, nobody else. Okay, so does the commission have any other questions or comments?
I think
Is-
that idea, that thought that Mr. Pecora brings up about spreading the LBR2 development or redevelopment, I think it's actually kind of goes to the fact that actually it can be spread around. I mean, all of Sound Beach Avenue from the train station down to the school is LBR2. Central Costco, the hub is LBR2. A good portion of Byram is LBR2. Chickahominy, LBR2. So it can be spread around. It would seem to me actually, what would this development look like on Sound Beach Avenue at 4 stories with retail on the first floor? I think the other issue that Mr. Sylvester Pecora has brought up is actually in discussion with Mrs. DeLuca. The retail, retail is accompanied by second floor residential. But if you take a look at all the cases that Mr. Pecora was talking about, the scale of those is always, it's retail first floor, maybe 1 or maybe 2 above, that's residential. But we're not looking at 4-story buildings in those areas. In the Chickahominy area, it's always that kind of residential feel, shorter buildings. Yes, they're close to the street, on the street, but they really don't rise to the height of the building that's being proposed. I think we should kind of get to an end here. What do we think about this, and which way should we go?
But the problem is that we can only do all that in decision mode. So if you guys are questioned out, all we can do is close it and then go into decision mode if people are willing to go into decision mode tonight. Or, but we can't with the where do we go until we're in decision mode.
I have no issues about closing it. I think actually trying to make a decision tonight would be very difficult.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of different things to sort out as we move along with this. Mr. Cohen's brief raises a lot of questions in my mind. It's very plain to see how things are laid out there, but I want to make sure that I understand in depth his brief in relationship to the cases and how it applies to not only this application, but anything else that could happen in town.
Just one comment also about the uses. When Sylvester Pecora was talking about the mixed use, you were referring to within the LBR zone, I'm assuming. And I was talking about the greater Chickahominy area. So yes, the mixed use example that I gave is in the business zone. And I think there are some mixed uses there. But if you go further down the road and you look at the village area as a whole, yes, the zoning is different. But when you look at the area as a whole, historically speaking, like the ones across from your building, for an example, across the street on the other side of Edgewood as an example, those are all residential.
Okay.
Katie?
Neither here nor there necessarily, just because it
yeah.
doesn't really matter. I mean, you have an 830G application, so it's not necessarily totally relevant, but just to give.
Yeah, Katie, I think what Sylvester was talking about was 2 buildings to the right of us. Because the context of the conversation was, can you have 2 different uses, 2 different approvals for 2 different uses? Meaning, are the buildings separated?
Gotcha.
So the only separated building is 2 buildings to the right of us. The buildings that you're talking about across the street from us are all retail on the first floor and residential on the second and third, if depending on the height of the building.
Yeah, sorry, when
Okay.
I meant your building, I didn't mean 171. I meant your office your business building.
Well, our business building is not in an LBR2 zone.
Right, I know. That's
So
what
we're
that's
only
the point.
talking,
That's
we're
the
only
point I'm
talking
making.
LBR2 zones.
Right, that's the point I'm making, that Sylvester was talking about just the LBR, and I'm saying when you look at the greater context of the neighborhood. But your point is well taken about the differentiation you made, that Sylvester was making about the different
Yeah,
uses.
and
on the
in
sites.
response to Nick's comment about the building height, I think we've discussed that ad nauseum. And what our initial preference was, but the height has nothing to do with what the decision should be, because either way, you're going to have a 4-story building. So it kind of doesn't matter. And again, I get back to the simple question, what's best for Chickahominy as it relates to this application?
Okay. I think we're questioned out.
Madam Chair, I have an
And-
answer to your question.
Thank you, sir.
So the applicant filed their pre-app in January, waited for the 6110 regulations, was heard on the 2nd of March with the pre-app, and then filed this specific application in June. And then, as we know, we heard it in September. So
So the application's been before us since June. Yeah, that's what it felt like. It had just been,
I mean, I think the applicant's experience is that it's taken a long time because they specifically wanted to have that part of the regulations addressed before they went forward. So
Yeah.
they prepared
and
to go.
also, in all fairness, because the last application for an 830G that the applicant did before us, we moved extraordinarily quickly. It was only 2 meetings, as I remember. And so this has been 3 meetings then. Okey doke, folks, I'm gonna, Peter Lowe, could you, yeah. So again, seated on this application, just to go over it one more time. And I gotta have it in front of me, is Albin, McRae, Lowe, Barilak, and Yeski. And so does anybody object to closing the application? Please raise your hand if you are seated on it. And if not, I see no objections. We will close this application. And based on Mr. McRae's request, we will not decide it tonight. And we will continue to think this through. I very much appreciate you having said that, Mr. McRae, because I heard good input tonight. I've got to think about the precedent and how we plan for the town. That's the thing. What are we thinking about in terms of the whole town and the precedent, not just one application? And I've got to keep thinking that through. Very much appreciate the effort that everybody put into informing our decision. And with that, could we take a 15-minute break and reconvene at 8:10? Thank you. And thank you again, everybody. Patrick, if you're there, you can take our little sign down. I love your little sign. It's so cool.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, it's cool the way it has when we're going to reconvene. You get more sophisticated
Margarita?
every time.
There you go.
Yes, is that better? You couldn't hear me
Much.
well?
Yeah.
Well,
Thank
it's
you.
better when it's out of the way like that, when if I want to shout at somebody
Or feed.
or feed. Yes, well, you'll hear me slurping now. I guess Katie's on her way back. Peter Levy's probably there. We could start, you guys. Patrick, would you like to let in Mr. Cohen?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it is him. Where did I put the reg? Ah. Oh, I guess I'm gonna have to click it open instead. Okay. 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 Mr. Cohen, haven't seen you in so long.
Madam Chair, how are you?
We are doing very well tonight. Our next application is Renamba Greenwich LLC for a zoning text amendment. And this is in regard to assisted living facilities in the GB zone. And Mr. Cohen, if you would like to proceed.
I would, thank you, Madam Chair. Bruce Cohen, representing the applicant. This is a follow-on to the meeting that was held, I think, September the 14th, at which time we had opened the application that was to do three things. First of all, to propose a new what we were calling MRCO regulation. MRCO is the Managed Residential Community Overlay.
Yep.
Offering assisted living facilities as defined by the Connecticut State Statute. At the same time, we had made an application to amend the zoning map to rezone a parcel of land at the end of Old Track Road to allow this overlay zone to land. And then finally, a application for a preliminary site plan special permit approval for the development of that facility. And tonight, though, following the lead of the commission at the last hearing, we are moving forward just with the zone amendment itself, on the theory that if the zone amendment is not satisfactory, it doesn't get approved by the commission, there's not much point in going further with the amendment of the zoning map or the site plan application. So tonight, what I'll mainly be presenting is that regulation as it has morphed since the September hearing as a result of changes recommended by the commission. And also we've been working with the staff since then to make modifications, and I'm going to discuss those modifications in some detail. The application is to amend the zoning regulations to allow this new zone to be enacted and to create an opportunity for future developments of this kind in the town. The need is well established. I don't really have to spend much time on that. We know that the need has been discussed and established by studies of both the Commission on Aging and also the United Way's assessment of human service needs. And of course, the need has been most specifically spelled out in POCD, which in its objective 2.3A provides as a planning objective to promote age-friendly housing options in or near commercial areas and create regulations specific to assisted living facilities. And so that's in the two objectives, 2.3A and B. And tonight we're following up in hopefully in a manner that the commission will find acceptable. We were, I think, very aware of the fact that the current zoning regulations don't encourage or even permit assisted living facilities that will respond to those POCD objectives. And we know that because of the fact that none have been developed in Greenwich for as long as I've been around. And we believe that the regulation that we're specifically proposing tonight will address the planning objective and while retaining the town's historic character. The regulation is really based on the requirements of the state statute that defines managed care facilities, defines assisted living services, and we're in the fortunate position of being able to utilize the not only the experience of the applicant who's developed a facility such as this in Scarsdale, known as the Ambassador in Scarsdale, but also we've utilized the vast experience of Perkins Eastman, particularly Brad Perkins, who is a well-regarded, well-known architect and who has designed similar elderly facilities many, many times. He was responsible for over 200 of them. So let me go into the changes that we are proposing since you last saw the regulations, and hopefully the changes that will respond to the comments that you've heard before, that you've made, staff has provided. Pat, if you could go to the first image, we want to show the areas in town that would be available to land this new zone. In other words, where can this new zone take place? Originally, as you recall, it was supposed to be in the GBO and GB zones. We have extracted from that, the GBO zone. That was the original plan showing everything that we were proposing. The next image shows just the GB zone areas themselves. And the third image shows those GB parcels throughout the town that are over 1 acre in size. And the reason that that's important is because none of the incentives will apply to any parcel that is less than 1 acre. So the parcels that you see there, whether it's light beige or the tan color, are all GB parcels. The pale ones are GB, but over 1 acre in size. And the reason that I think it makes sense to eliminate the GBO zone parcels is because the GBO zone is the only zone in town that permits large office buildings. The use group 2C, buildings over 20,000 square feet, and they've been developed in these areas. And it just seemed to us that there is no point in disrupting that pattern for this new proposal. Of course, the benefit of the GB zone is that, again, it follows the POCD objective to promote age-friendly housing options in or near commercial areas. And these are all commercial areas. They're in these areas, water, sewer, transportation, and shopping are all available. So the next change that we made, in addition to the to locating.
Mr. Cohen, before you move on, I appreciate the graphic that you gave us about which zone or which properties that that this could be allowed. As I count, there are only of those properties units, 3 that are actually viable for redevelopment. It seems that the rest of them have significant development on them. Buildings that are actually, that have been there for a while, have actually thriving businesses in them. So it's basically what we're saying here is that any one of these can use the text and do an MCCR as long as you tear the building down first and then start all over. That's what I'm getting out of this, as opposed to just Chestnut. It's developed, but there's more room there. The school bus parking on the east side of town is kind of vacant land, and their Lexus parking lot is open land because it's just the parking. So what
right.
I'm kind of thinking is that am I pigeonholing myself here into just a few pieces of property, or in the envisionment is this goes everywhere?
Well, so the feedback that we gave them the first time at the last meeting in this regard, and why they went to GB, is we wanted to crack open the barn door. We wanted to start working on these. We've not had them, is to allow it in a more limited way than they were originally proposing, in a smaller, in a narrower scope, so that we could see how it goes in the GB, and that later on down the road, we could then open it up. That's where we left Mr. Cohen the last time, that we wanted to narrow it, and then we can open it up more later. But I believe our actual words is, you just can't reclose the barn door after the horses have run out. We actually might have said that. You can look. So that's why it's a very limited scope, Mr. McRae. They're responding to us and to what we said at the time.
But Mr. McRae raises a very good point. But the issue is, are GB properties in town developed? Of course they are. But that's because they're in commercial areas where people want to have commercial buildings. But of course, the POCD specifically directed us to commercial areas for the reasons that they outlined. We've both been around long enough to know that nothing is forever when it comes to real estate. People have been tearing down things and rebuilding other things since we've both been here. And I think that the opportunities in the GB zone, even though they are developed, are there for redevelopment, whether they're redevelopment for more commercial buildings or for something else like assisted living. That's really in the discussion.
And then again, Mr. Cohen, I'm just going to agree with you some more. Keep your composure here. But just agreeing with what Mr. Cohen is saying, what we are basically seeing all the time now is redevelopment. When we say we're built out, we are forgetting that what we now see is all those things that were done in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, even the 80s, are coming down and they're being redeveloped. So what looks built out as we look at the map is not so, because everything is open to being redone right now, given where we are on demand. So okay, Mr.
Anyway,
Cohen, there you go.
That was our thinking behind reducing this down just to the GB zone. We understand that if this is successful or the opportunities arise, that the commission's always got the discretion to expand this. The next change that we made had to do with the parking. If you recall, we were originally planning on parking on the basis of unit numbers, and we were providing 0.15 spaces per unit. And that was based, I think, in large part on our experience in Scarsdale. But the commission kind of tasked us with the job of doing a little more research, and we have done that. We did an analysis, which we provided, of 8 municipalities in Fairfield County. It's kind of interesting because they, all of them approach the issue of parking supply in different ways. One town will use number of units as we started thinking of it. Another one will use number of beds. Another one will use number of employees. Some will have a combination of them. And after going through this with our traffic engineers, Kinley Horn, and again, trying to use the experience of our client, we decided the best way to handle this was a combination of employee count and unit number. And based upon other towns trying to come up with averages and a reality check in terms of how things are doing at the Scarsdale facility, we've come up with a requirement of 0.2 parking spaces per unit plus 0.1 parking spaces per employee during the facility's largest shift. And so that has worked out. It's gotten the blessing of our traffic consultant, and we do think it's based on not only experience, but really what's going on in the rest of the surrounding Fairfield area. I'd like to kind of switch to the next group of modifications of this regulation to incentives. As you know, once the commission has determined that a particular area is suitable to land the MRC overlay zone, it acquires a 0.75 FAR with the opportunity of increasing it by doing any one or any combination of the following things. The first is the vision of underground parking and thereby allowing a greater use of the surface areas for landscaping and outdoor recreation facilities. Pat, if you were to turn to the next image, I'd kind of like to show what that means in practice at the site that we're talking about. I don't mean to slip into site plan discussion, but this is the result of that underground parking. There are very few, I count 4 spaces for visitors at the front door, but basically the balance of the parking is all underground, thereby allowing this site, which was absolutely denuded of any plant life or plant materials, to be densely planted with a variety of landscape materials, a variety of outdoor experiences for the residents, all on a 2.5 acre site. So that in our way of thinking is a very worthwhile incentive to adopt. We've modified to some extent the way in which you calculate the incentive. Originally, we had proposed, and the commission had some comment about it, we proposed keying the incentive percentage of incentives to numbers of vehicles parked. Commission pointed out that this would be a kind of an invitation to provide for excess parking in order to get additional FAR. That was not our intention. However, we changed this regulation to first look at what the number of required parking spaces would be, and then determine by percentage of those spaces being placed underground as the key to the additional FAR incentive. And I think that worked out well, and it does address a comment that the commission had. The third additional area of possible incentive is something that the commission asked to include, and that is an incentive for affordable housing provided within the affordable the assisted living facility. And it's key to whether or not at least 5% of the total number of units were devoted to affordable standards. And then the final FAR incentive had to do with sustainability. And when I listened in yesterday to your briefing session, that seemed to be the area of greatest interest. And so I'll just spend a couple of minutes on that. And we've got a schedule of lead issues. Could you? Yeah, I'm not sure if you can read it, but basically the reason that we were including this is this was an exhibit that was provided by our architects for the purpose of showing how you achieve lead points. Now, I understand that the lead may or may not be the be all or end all in where sustainability is going, but right now it does provide us with standards, objective standards that we can apply to any design. And I should point out that this issue of sustainability is not limited to energy efficiency, which is where much of the discussion yesterday was focused, but it really had to do with sustainability in design from every point of view. And the reason that this exhibit is kind of interesting is it summarizes those areas that we're interested in terms of making the design more sustainable. For example, do we provide for open space? Do we manage rainwater appropriately? Are we careful about light pollution? Are we monitoring indoor water use? And so on. And the list goes on, and you get points for each. Now, I would point out that we have drafted this regulation so that right now lead standards do apply in providing for the availability of this additional incentive. However, it's not just lead. The regulation, particularly in section I-1, I guess it's C of the draft regulation, which is on page 5 of the document we provided you, reads as follows: that in order to provide sustainable development, a 0.05 FAR bonus may be authorized for buildings that meet certain certification standards of the United States Green Building Council's LEED Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design Program, or equivalent green building program as may be authorized by the Planning and Zoning Commission. And we did that intentionally. In the event that the commission, as it considers sustainability as part of the regulatory pattern, decides to adopt LEED or some other set of standards. And if we are fortunate in getting the commission's approval to move forward and the LEED standards are still extant at that time, we would be bound by those standards. If we are looking for the sustainability incentive bonus, if the commission were to have adopted something else in the meantime, we would be bound by that. But this regulation, as we have drafted it, allows that flexibility. And again, I would point out, just limited to energy efficiency. It has to do with the whole field of sustainability in design. And our client is very interested in that. And we expect to be able to avail ourselves of some of the incentive that is available. Well, if you go back, Pat, to what you just flipped over, I wanted to include the rendering of the buildings as we were proposing it at the end of the lane there. Oops, there. To show part of the planting area that is absolutely brand new for this particular piece of property and would make a difference in terms of the sustainability meter that we're hoping to be able to take advantage of. With all of these bonuses, the underground parking for increased landscaping, the affordability units, or the sustainability incentive, in no event can the AR exceed an aggregate of 0.09. Another change that we made in this regulation has to do with the incentive for building height and number of stories, because there was some comment about the fourth story that was being proposed. We have modified that so that the if the fourth story, if there is one, is limited to 70% of the floor area of the third floor, or has to be appropriately set back, and our proposal would again avail itself of that. Finally, the last point I'd like to make is what Mr. McRae started to talk about, which is the examples that we studied. The commission asked us to take a look at a couple of the GB sites in town to see how a development under the new regulation for an assisted living facility could be developed, and we did. We took a look at two sites, one that Mr. McRae noted on Chestnut Street, a fairly large piece of property of almost 6 acres, and a smaller parcel at where the Acme Market Grocery is at 160 West Putnam Avenue. We believe that, well, we learned a few things from this. We learned, for example, and we were supported in this by Brad Perkins, that it would be impractical to create an ALF on a site less than 1.5 acres in size. And of course, if it were less than 1 acre in size, none of the incentives would apply. So you're talking about basically a different kind of development, a smaller development. It's the larger development, such as the one that my client has developed in Scarsdale, that provides the services and amenities that we believe that the Greenwich market is looking for. We know they're looking for it because a number of former Greenwich residents have moved to Scarsdale at the Ambassador there. And so we know there's a need, and we know there's a market, and we know that the market is for this kind of development. And we think that this kind of development, in one size or another, could do very well in Greenwich, and there certainly is a need, and we're supported in that by lots of folks, including the people who wrote the POCD. So I'd be very glad to address any questions. And with me tonight is Brad Perkins and his colleague, Rich Rosen at Perkins Eastman. I believe that Amba Sharma, that my client and the applicant, is here as well to address any operational issues. And then some folks from Kimley Horn are available too.
Okay, who would like to go first? Who would like to go first with questions? No? Jump now? Okay, nobody's jumping, so I'm gonna jump, Mr. Cohen. So you heard us yesterday, and we have long wanted to see language about some sort of incentive for burying parking. And I think the reaction was quite favorable to that there be an incentive for underground parking. It is certainly better than paving a whole property if you can then recover green space. I raised some questions about the sustainability and the energy part and how we handle it, given that the first selectman has an energy management advisory committee that is giving P&Z input as we speak, literally, on what to do with our regulations. But we felt at the end of the day, I think where we came out at the briefing was we had a couple of options. We could have something that addresses your energy sustainability in the assisted living regulation, and that we could pull it out, as you said, down the road, we could just pull it out and once we do a standalone, or we could even take your language or something to that extent right now and do it as a standalone. So we only have to revise the standalone and don't have to revise the assisted living one. So there's even within that committee, there is a split of opinion as to whether they would go LEED or whether they would go Energy Star. And I feel like they're going to the ESPM, the Energy Star based on the Energy Star rating. But even when they sent Marisa input today that was circulated to the commission, we got two viewpoints from them. The key is that it be measurable up front. And then when the building's done, that what you get actually is what you expected. Because somebody said yesterday, I think it was Nick, that you sometimes don't get what you think you're going to get. So I think you'd be amenable to any of those things we're throwing out right now. Probably the easiest for you at the moment might be to stick with LEED, right?
Well, it would, because it's there and it does establish objective standards.
Now they said, well, they both have objective standards. The
Except
ESPM,
the energy, the LEED is broader based. And it not just limited to energy efficiency.
I just, hold on a second, Mr. Cohen. To the member of the public who has had their hand up, when we're ready for public comment, we'll announce it. Okay, if we first do just the commission. Okay, so they are both, Arn, do you want to address that? I'm sorry, I always turn to you.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on it. Thanks. Not sure I agree that Energy Star is solely focused on energy efficiency. It also looks at the thermal envelope, insulation, the appliances that are used. So I think it's holistic as well. Now, LEED maybe is better known. What we like about energy, well, let's go back to what's being proposed in your formula is, in terms of energy efficiency, a 26% reduction in energy cost savings. We're not so much focused on energy cost savings as reducing greenhouse gas emissions, which we can get from Energy Star. So we would not favor just a focus on cost savings, because that's based on how much natural gas and oil go up and down. Not disputing LEED, it's wonderful, but if we were going to go LEED, I think we'd be leaning more towards LEED net zero, because then on a net basis there are no greenhouse gas emissions. But I need to learn more about it, because I'm not quite sure what it's net of. Is it just net of carbon capture ability within the building itself by having more trees around there, or are you buying renewable energy certificates and things like that to reduce your net emissions? So we need to do a lot more homework on it, but we're not completely convinced at this point that just having a LEED certificate, unless it were maybe LEED net zero, but we need to know more about it. That's what I have.
And then to add to that, I believe Marisa would have sent you guys a copy of this, Mr. Cohen. The EMAC folks said that if we went LEED, the standard should be LEED V 4.1. The current version of LEED, which to quote from the US Green Building Council, raises the bar on building standards to address energy efficiency, water conservation, material selection, lighting, and waste reduction. That's LEED V 4.1. Sounds like a computer program. I don't know if Nick can add any color to that, but
Just
so,
one more
go ahead.
point.
Go ahead, Mr. Wells.
The other point is, we don't want it one and done. So we don't want a certificate for the previous 12 months and then, you know, it doesn't matter what happens later because, you know, your building's going to be around for 50 to 70 years. So we want ongoing performance measurements basically on an annual basis, keeping at the same level. So if you reached a certain LEED level, whatever it is, you need to maintain it through, you know, the rest of the time you own the building.
I think Mr. Wells brings up an interesting point of actually it's the sustainability forever, you know, that kind of thing. It's got to be there. It's got to be working. It's got to be really saving. I think one of the things that I'm reading here in the draft amendment is that the incentive is given upon a completed draft LEED scorecard provided to the commission with any application utilizing the incentive. Okay, and it goes on, any MRC facility that meets LEED Platinum, to me, yeah, it may meet LEED Platinum, but did it actually achieve LEED Platinum or whatever the standard was? My concern is you're asking me for a bonus FAR on the promise that I'm going to do a LEED building. But if I give you the FAR and you don't get a LEED building, you know, or you don't achieve what you're saying you're going to get, then I've already given you the FAR, but I don't get my sustainability back. So I think we need to kind of look into this in detail as to how this works from the review of an application to actually, as Mr. Wells just said, you know, when it's finished and the years after.
So
Because
we want, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
So then the
Yeah.
question is, we're half cooked. We're, that's probably the wrong expression, but we haven't started thinking this. We're not through teaching ourselves all this stuff on sustainability, and you're trying to get an application. You're doing this for a specific purpose. So do we give you just a placeholder? We just say, okay, what they've proposed is good for this assisted living facility, just so that they've got something. And we can move forward with this regulation for now so that this can go forward. Or what if this is what we tossed around at the briefing yesterday. Do we further incentivize your underground parking, for example, so we don't have to touch your energy sustainability, get into that murky territory? And I'm just throwing that out. It's open for discussion and thought, because the whole commission kind of said, well, that's a possibility, because since we last saw you on this application, we've moved into unknown territory on sustainability, on energy sustainability and all that.
I think that's so true. I really do.
But we want to help. I mean, we want to, I personally like where you're heading with this. Go ahead, Ms. DeLuca.
Just quick, the plan you showed before with all of the landscaping and just the 4 parking spaces in front, was that, I want to make sure I understood this. Was that a plan that what the site would look like if all of the parking were underground? Like, in other words, if you had followed what Ms. Alban is suggesting with incentivizing the parking more? Or is that what that was?
Yes, it's all the parking underground.
And so, right, okay, so if there was a beefed up incentive, so to speak, for underground parking, that's what the site would look like, because that.
Well, I mean, I suppose we could do what Ms. Elwood suggests and increase the incentive, but you know, now that we're sort of into LEED, let me just have a couple of words about that. We use LEED because that's what architects are comfortable with, because they know it and they're used to designing with that. And our architects have got lots of experience, and they're busy trying to make sure that we are at least at gold. And so, in terms of the design, the important thing is this: the commission is free, really, under this regulation, to adopt LEED or a substitute for LEED, as long as there are objective standards that can be met and monitored, it's fine by us. And Mr. Wells' idea of following up, absolutely, there are things that need to be followed up. Mr. McRae is concerned about, policing it and making sure that we do what we said. It's like any zoning regulation. We've got to make sure before we can get a CO that we are complying. And if we're not complying, either at the time of CO or during operation, we'll have a zoning violation. I mean, this is a zoning regulation, and it will be enforceable as.
Mr. Cohen, I think you raised an interesting point. It's a zoning violation. To me, when you say that, I think of it in this terms is that it's the zoning violation is that we gave you a bigger building with the premise that actually you're going to maintain your sustainability. So if you don't maintain your sustainability, it becomes a zoning violation, but you still have a big building. And it seems to me, as Mrs. Alban said, it's the unknowns and unknowns. To me, it would seem that actually providing more affordable elderly housing and increasing that incentive, kind of defines the known and the unknown. I'm getting affordable housing that's in your building, or the parking and more parking is underground, as opposed to, I'm going to try to keep my building sustainable, but until such time as I can't.
But why would that zoning violation be any different from another zoning violation? For example, I build an office building where I must have 100 parking spaces. Well, I don't have 100 parking spaces because it turns out that I'm using something that limits my ability to only have 78 parking spaces. What happens then? I get zoning violations. And this commission and the zoning enforcement officer has very, very powerful tools to deal with zoning violations, including stopping what's going on inside, pulling my right to continue it. So I'm not concerned about that. What I am concerned about is the commission right now being in a place where it's not really certain as to what the standards are going to be. I don't
Exactly.
care what
I don't want to hold you up. I agree with you there, and
Exactly.
I just interrupted you, but I totally agree with you. The fact that we're in the middle of the crossing should not slow down your application. We have to make a decision on what we do with your application because totally get it. I don't want to hold you up or hold up this process. We have to find an answer that works now, and it's a placeholder. That's where I came out after the briefing yesterday. So I'm tossing that out for you guys. We find a placeholder, we make this work for now, and when we fine tune it and figure it all out, we may change the assisted living. We may open it to more zones or whatever, but for now, we have to find a path that works for this applicant because I really believe they're making a very good faith effort to get to some good answers here. And they've really tried to work with the commission and our goals, and they've listened to us. So I don't want to hang you up, Mr. Cohen. I shared with you where we are, so you know. And if the EMAC folks did say, it's probably simplest if you stick with LEED for now. Whatever that V4.1 is, I should have Googled it today, and I'm sorry I didn't, because Marisa just sent us that email this afternoon. But we do something that keeps you at least on the track that everybody's been going. And it would be just like, hey, we work with the status quo until there's a new status quo. So,
and the proposed regulation, Ms. Alban, does allow the commission to
change it,
substitute standards.
Yeah,
as it should, because standards are always going to be changing.
And where we would go, though, is what we want to do. A pet peeve, and you're not going to disagree with me, Mr. Cohen, a pet peeve that I have about our regulations, if you always have to look in about 6 places to get the whole thing, the whole story. So for, it's you gotta know where to look for stuff. I want to have all the sustainability together, so I would actually pull that language. I would want to pull that language out of the assisted living and make it for everything that comes in, and not just be focused on assisted living. But for now, we could leave it there as a placeholder, whatever works for you guys, because we're not there yet. So lead seems directionally a good place to go for the time being. I don't, yeah. Mr. Wells has been the one leading the effort with EMAC, and he's nodding. So lead
Yeah,
does
I
seem to
don't
make sense.
disagree. Yeah, I mean, we don't want to hold them up. They put a lot of thought into it. It's a great project. I agree, Madam Chair.
It's just how we go about this, how we do it. Again, I really like this idea. You know, I was enamored when I first saw New Canaan because they do FAR, that they were rewarding underground parking. So I love that. So what are some thoughts? Does anybody else have questions or input on this for Mr. Cohen?
Madam Chair, I wouldn't mind if we had a few minutes having a discussion about their concepts of affordable housing incentives.
Yes,
at the
thank
same
you.
Same sort of level we had about the parking and the
Perfect.
energy efficiency.
Perfect.
Mr. Cohen, I noticed, first of all, I want to commend you. I thought that this was, on the whole, a very thoughtful and extremely well done presentation. You guys clearly put a lot of work into it, and I'm grateful for that. But I was curious, your parking incentive was graduated. The more underground you put, the more benefit you got. Your sustainability incentives were graduated. The deeper, the greater, more sustainable you were, the greater FAR you got. Your affordable housing, and you were quite candid with us in saying you would use both of those in this structure. When you got to affordable housing, your proposal was a fixed 0.05 FAR boost for a 5% affordable, and with no graduation. I'm also, so I'd like you, if you wouldn't mind, speak to that a little bit. I'm also would like, if you could, and don't feel that if you don't have these facts at your fingertips, please don't be bashful about telling me so, as you know you wouldn't. You point to 6110B, the affordable housing unit definition, which I think, and Katie can correct me if I'm wrong, I think that's based on state median income, which derives from sort of that whole panoply of 830G sort of stuff. And I wondered if you gave any thought to asking us to think about a regulation that had rents restricted at area median as opposed to state.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Malik. Let me just say that this regulation and the proposed development that we would plan under this regulation is directed to the market that we think was identified in the POCD. Folks who live in Greenwich who are looking to age in place. In other words, people who've got family here, people who maybe sold their bigger place and want to move to a smaller place that they can afford, and are looking for the kinds of amenities and services that are offered in places like the Ambassador in Scarsdale. This particular project has not been directed to or marketing for, except for the incentive that you're talking about, is affordable elderly. And the reason for that is that the need for affordable elderly units have been met and possibly even exceeded by the RPHD E-zone. The RPHD E-zone has produced over 400 units of affordable elderly units in the town. And I've represented some of the developers, such as Hill House, who are constantly adding units, the Housing Authority, the churches, Merry-Go-Round Muse, Agnes Morley Heights in downtown. In other words, you can count them on more than one finger, more than one hand. There are lots and lots of affordable units, and they have been developed under the E-zone, which can only be developed by nonprofits or in connection with assisted development. So our view is that that is not the market. We are not looking to take advantage of that incentive, the incentive that comes from that, because that is not the market that this particular development is located, being located for. How many units have been developed like this one? In other words, market rate units,
I totally get it.
none. So that's the difference. And so going back to spending a lot of time figuring out, a graduated incentive, to us really didn't pay off, because that's not our market. And we, to be honest with you, to be candid, we did this because the commission had asked us to.
Of course you did. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Okay, so that answers Mr. Barilak's question, although I thought it was an excellent question, Mr. Barilak, even though Mr. Cohen didn't totally agree with you. I thought it was a great
It was
question.
actually sort of the answer I expected, which is that it was very clear that they spent, and I'm saying this as a criticism, I'm saying this as you recognize that your client recognized the business reality, that you wouldn't spend an enormous amount of time trying to think through regulations and write them if they're going to be for somebody else or nobody else. I get that.
Okay. More questions from people? No. Okay, so I'm just trying to think out loud. I'm leaning toward, we got to give you a little bit fine tuning on this language. It seems like that the two options we're leaning towards is we just break out your incentive for the energy, and we might make it a separate regulation, just so that it's a placeholder as a separate. But we would lead base it right now. We'd get some more input. We'd have to ask staff, I think, to get the input from EMAC, because we now have an open application before us in this regard, so it'd be tricky for us. So when we're not supposed to talk about it with anybody outside of public hearing, although the EMAC meetings are public hearings. So I don't know how we could do that.
Well, you would have to ask, like you said, staff can ask them a pointed question, they would discuss it in their meeting and could be submitted for the record.
Yeah, or we could have EMAC come and participate. There was one of them was listening for a while tonight, and I think you know how somehow or other people don't always find us really interesting. But I'm sorry. But so we would get input from them, Mr. Cohen, on fairly fast turnaround. From what we heard, they're willing to do the lead idea. They're okay with it, and I actually do think if we further incentivize, if your affordable housing was scaled, it would be a kind of cool thing, but okay. And so that's where I think we could move forward with this. Move to finalize some language? Go ahead, Mr. Levy. I mean, I don't mean decided or anything. I just mean we can keep massaging it on our side a little bit and get with help from staff.
I'm a little
betwixt and between. Always a good expression.
You're right. So just this graduated idea is interesting, but just this idea of incentivizing on something as definitive as LEED or STAR, there's a real question in my mind that the efficacy of these programs. And it seems to me that there are other programs that are more definitive, like if you replace windows and do certain things that are also you have incentives from government agencies to do that have some real impact. So in new construction, you're doing those things anyway, pretty much. Replacing lighting and so on and so forth. So I'm just wary about piling on incentives making sure that these incentives are real ones instead of just you know, a kind of a stamp. And
Yes.
so I think that really we just need to not back ourselves into a corner and put too much on our plate, and be slow to figuring that part of it out.
Wait, the only part I'm taking exception with is not putting too much on your plate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm not that hungry, so
No,
I
no,
don't put that
no.
much.
So,
But so
yeah, I agree
there you
with you.
go.
I see your point. I
I'm
see
sorry,
your point,
I-
Mr. Levy. And it's really one of the things, exactly the point you just made. We are betwixt and between. We're not quite sure. We don't want to hold up the applicants, so we got to figure out a placeholder because they're trying to do a good thing. It's very thoughtful. They've done a lot in this, and and it's a placeholder for us. We would have to go back and redo it because we're in early days of researching how we write this regulation. From what I understand, the Energy Star, from the material that they shared at the meeting, Energy Star would look at all those things like insulation and windows and all of that, so it would cover the whole gamut. And the great benefit of it is that it has a score that you can tell people to shoot for, and you can give them a menu for how they accomplish it. So you're not locking people in. You're just saying, do this for efficiency. That's how much I've learned in the meetings. I just gave you
But
my entire basket.
Having
Being
continuously
a builder,
tried to
being a
trying
developer,
to do this. Well, I'm not a developer.
well,
I'm
being
just
in
management.
buildings. Yeah.
Yes, just management. So my issue always is the cost effectiveness of something. Does it really pay? So that's their business, and I don't want to just assume that because there's somebody gets a stamp that it really means anything. And I think that this is something that we just maybe should put aside and reconsider, because I'm just worried that in new construction, you're doing virtually all of this stuff anyway. So you don't have to incentivize somebody. If they want to put insulation in their walls, it's probably a good idea. In fact, there's code issues as far as that's concerned.
Well,
So
and
I think that I would rather have a discussion about you know, is this, if it's new construction versus old construction, and have you know, and have somebody come to us and say, you know, these are the improvements that we're making that are either super to the code, or these retrofits that actually have some real value. A different way of substantiating it, because I know that these other opportunities to get LEED or a star are fraught with a real downside, because they're one size, they're kind of one size fits all.
Yes. And Mr. Macra, I think you were having trouble staying connected to the briefing, so you might have missed a couple of these points. Mr. Macra made the very same point you're making yesterday. He didn't use this word, but you can almost game it and not achieve the efficiency that you're looking for, or the reduction in emissions that you're looking for. That's the one thing. And the other thing is you're back to us not really knowing where we're going. But that's why we're saying we'll do a placeholder. Katie, go ahead.
So I've heard several of the commission members say the same point. So in order to help the applicant move forward, I just remind everybody that any change does require renotice. So you couldn't just make that amendment tonight as an example.
No,
so
we can't.
So would it make sense to give the applicant direction at this stage to remove the part about energy, to your points that you want to keep a different section of the regulations and work on it further, and do the incentive with the parking, and even potentially make the change that Mr. Baerlich was referring to, making it area medium income. I don't know if that's something you'd want to have studied first, or if that was something that you felt was necessary at this stage.
What do you guys think?
Just to help the applicant
I think
know
actually
how to make the amendment, how to make the
Right.
revision.
I think what Mrs. DeLuca is suggesting, I think I am agreeing with, maybe we can nix the energy incentives at the moment, the sustainability stuff, but looking at the affordable, the parking, those things, because as we go through, if we're talking about the text amendment today, as Mr. Cohen is proposing, we move forward with something and we somehow adopt this somewhere down the line, we're going to get a site plan application soon after that. And we may never be anywhere near, talking here, define the energy and sustainability issues. But I think actually we know it'd be great to have more affordable housing. We know that we'd love to have all the parking on the ground, those kind of things. So I think that's a little bit more tangible and it kind of alleviates that knowns unknowns thing. So we actually now are more predictable. We can understand what we're going to be looking at. And it can be more defined upfront while we have the application open in front of us.
So where do
you come out, Nick? I was nodding
So
and then all of a sudden I didn't know what the conclusion
You
was.
nodded off?
No, I said, oh, that sounds really good. That sounds really, and all of a sudden I'm like, huh, what, so what does that mean he wants to do?
As we have talked about it, it's actually not concentrating on the sustainability incentive, is more looking at the parking incentive, the affordability incentive, those other issues that are a little bit more tangible when we have an open application, which we expect soon after this text amendment. So, and that's the kind of thing I'd like to kind of alleviate what you were talking about as the knowns unknowns.
Yeah,
the
Ms.
parking
Oberman,
and affordability can be known.
And just to be fair, Nick, just let me jump on this. Just to be fair, Nick, we had a draft of the landscape regulations in June. It's the end of October. It was the middle of June. I'm just telling you, we're not going to get there fast enough. It's taken us 5 months on something relatively easy. So think about how tough this is going to be to get done. So I don't want to hold up the applicant. I think we got to, if we're going to give them
I
lead.
agree. Don't
Okay.
don't hold up the applicant.
All
I
right.
think actually
Okay,
just,
Mr. Cohen,
nixing the
go.
whole thing. So
Yeah, Mr. Cohen.
We, at the last meeting, we were given direction by the commission to address sustainability in our regulation.
You were
We
indeed.
did so, but in doing so, we needed to find objective standards to be able to incorporate so that we would know how to turn that into a development plan. So we did. We used LEED because architects use LEED and they know what to do under LEED. But realizing that the commission was kind of in the middle of a broader inquiry into the whole issue of sustainability, we gave the commission authority to substitute an equivalent green building standards. So it seems to me that if the commission in the future does adopt other standards, that they can use it. If by the time we come in with our site plan application, which will not be right away, Mr. Macri, because we put a stop on spending that kind of money in developing this until we knew what direction the commission was going to go on with the regulation. But when we come in, and if it turns out that by that time you've adopted a new standard, we'll have to comply with that new standard, and we may have to do some redesign of the building to meet those standards. But in any event, right now, our proposal in broad conceptual terms can be met by the regulation that we're proposing before you. If you decide, for example, to extract the sustainability incentive as you previously had directed us toward, then we can't do the building as we would like to. Let me put it that way. So, I mean, if you decide to consider this soon, I think that if you don't accept the language that we have regarding the sustainability issue, tell us what to do about it. I mean, we need a little direction.
Okay, so my direction would be, okay, I'm going to let everybody else go first. What direction would people want to give here?
You want to get public comment first or?
Okay, well, I've already said just
We could do that.
skip that, but and focus on the others. So that's my thought.
Okay, so Nick says, leave out the energy piece and just enhance the others. We can get, oh, hold on a second, because we've got, I'm gonna let in Michelle first, Ms. Cronin. Because she may want to add something to the discussion right now. There she goes. Madam Cronin.
Hello.
Okay, so you had your hand up and we knew you weren't a member of the public, and we thought you would wanted to participate in this. So please go ahead.
I did. I guess just to follow up on the point you were just making on the direction, you know, if you want to leave the sustainability piece out completely, we can do that if we enhance the underground parking incentive. I did look at New Canaan. I actually used to work with, Bruce and I both used to work with Lynn Avni, who's the town planner over there. So I had a nice conversation with her today.
She's great.
She is, and their underground parking bonus is actually 15% FAR, which yes, okay. You get 15% essentially, additional building area. So, you know, we don't have to use that much, but we would, you know, the underground parking incentive would need to be beefed up to get us closer to that 0.9. And I would say I'm not a lead expert by any means, but I did talk to Perkins Eastman lead expert in creating this regulation. And, you know, LEED Gold, it's not fluff. Like there's a lot of energy efficiency stuff, and I'm sure that the architect would be happy to talk to the commission about it, but it's, you know, the way I wrote the regulation, it was really just because I didn't want to tie an applicant to paying for certification. That's why I used the word meets instead of achieves. I mean, I could have used a word like that. It was really just to say we don't want to have to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to have a plaque on the wall, but we want to meet these goals. So, you know, and it does, it encompasses a lot more than just energy efficiency in terms of, you know, you can't irrigate. You have to, if you want irrigation, you have to reuse rainwater. You know, and there's a lot of stuff like that. They talk about the thermal envelope. You have to have, you know, long-term commissioning and like pay people to come and see over time that your building is up to these sustainable standards, that you are meeting those over time. And that's an expense for an applicant. So, but it's up to you. I mean, if you don't want to see that in a regulation now, we can take it out. But, you know, I still feel that if you keep it in, you can always take it out later.
Yeah, I know. That's,
This is going to get you a LEED Gold building at the very least.
Right. I exactly. And I'll go ahead, Mr. Barlick, but I'm tilting. There's a lot of me that would keep it in. I realize that the commission isn't united on that. Mr. Barlick, go ahead.
Huge amount of me that would keep it in, and I'll tell you what it is, not because I know even 10% of what Arn knows and what some of the rest of you know about these standards, because I view this as a perfect opportunity for us to have a little petri dish, if nothing else, a little petri dish to try something on and see how it works. And yes, we can always change it. I don't think that that we lose anything by keeping it in.
I disagree. Margarita?
Whoa.
Listen, I know a little bit about LEED and all that, and I am suspicious, but I don't think we're ready to throw anything in there. They fill in an application, and you know, we can't change it. We can't grandfather for them. It just doesn't sound like we're ready. I think it was a premature comment. I'm with Nick. Let's go work the other parameters we know something about, and at the same time, do the research. And at some future point, we could add that incentive back in. And, you know, they can adapt or not adapt. It would be up to them at that point in time. But I just don't think we're ready to play around with the regulations right now.
Okay. Mr. Lowe?
I agree with, am I on? Yes, with Dennis.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree as well. And I do have concerns about meets as opposed to certified, because how do we prove that someone meets like 20 different criteria? We're not experts, and our building inspection department doesn't have the ability to do it. When you have it certified, then it's, then it's put on LEED to certify it, and basically not us.
How do you
have to
do it
review
now?
LEED.
Wait,
LEED
one
has
at a
to be-
time. Mr. Levy and then Ms. Cronin.
To be fair to these programs, you have to recertify at some point. They're only good for a number of years. Then you have to go through the process, and you hire your lead team, and you make sure that you can be recertified. So that's
They're not asking to be certified. They just want to meet the guidelines. They're not asking for a certification.
Well,
that's what the
something
lady
else.
just said.
Oh, well, that's a little bit problematic, and I didn't hear that. So sorry.
That's Michelle Cronin. Yes, she's just said that. Mr. Yeski and then Michelle. I'm sorry, Ms. Cronin, you'll go after Yeski. Go ahead.
Okay,
I love a spirited discussion. Go ahead.
We are on different wavelengths, but coming back to the wavelength that I think Nick and Arn and Peter were talking about, in addition to taking it out for now, I would come back to the applicant and say, listen, we are interested, and you seem to have an awful lot of technical ability. You've mentioned you've done this. We don't. Now, each one of us has touched some part of this elephant, but maybe they can help us too in terms of technical support. Now, I don't know whether that violates a legal question. I'm always getting into trouble doing things like that, but I'm interested in learning, and they seem to have a pool of knowledge. So even though we're saying, listen, yeah, we're going to take it out, that's bad for you, you could help us, because if we start doing this like one step at a time, it could be a couple of years the way we get to going down rabbit holes. So just a suggestion. I'd love to see if they could help us. It would be incentive. It would be an incentive for them to help us, particularly if they have architects.
Just to tell you, yeah, they would be, and we can consult with them at some point, Dennis, but I got to be honest, the folks that are on the Energy Management Advisory Committee that I've only been to a few of the meetings are amazing. And I know this doesn't impress you, but they did Country Day. There's 2 of the board members from Country Day are there. I know you don't think much of that is, whatever, but they have that. They have, just teasing. No, I'm just teasing him. I'm teasing him. So they have Val Manelli, they have, we've got Bill Maher on board. I mean, so we've got fantastic resources. Yes, I'd like to tap more people. They have specifically asked on EMAC, they specifically asked us to hit, if we could bring them some developers. So I would love to bring forward, if somebody had, if from this group, we could get some input into EMAC directly once we're done with this application. In the meantime, I'm hearing the consensus is around, Ms. Cronin, I'm sorry, you wanted to add something, and then I'll sum up the consensus unless you change their minds.
No, I just wanted to say that several years back, the town actually started mandating that public buildings like public schools meet LEED Silver standards, but that they don't have to be certified because they didn't want to pay the money. So I wasn't really trying to reinvent the wheel on this. So my question back, I guess, to the commission, and I can do some research on it myself as well, is how does the town do it? Because that's exactly what the town does right now.
So just to give you a horrible piece of background, the whole reason EMAC was formed was because the town wasn't meeting it fast enough.
Right.
Okay, the town is still not there. Arn probably is going to remember the numbers, but I can, if you want, I will send through staff. I will send you EMAC's first year of operations report. And they started out, they were founded by the first selectman because the town's not getting there. So we, under Public Act 2129, we now have the ability to mandate it in zoning. And we said, well, that's going to be a really much faster way of getting everybody there. But we're still trying to figure it out. So what I'm hearing consensus wise from everyone, from most people, if I'm going to build a consensus, I was willing to leave it in, but I'm hearing several people that the majority here would like to pull out the energy sustainability. And I apologize, although we're going to use your work. I apologize for that because I know we've wasted your time, but at least it'll move you forward and it'll give us something we can use. And if Ms. Cronin can figure out a way of enriching the underground parking so that the numbers work for you, we'll move forward with that. And I don't know if we have room on the next agenda, because I don't think that's going to take you long. Patrick, do we have room? Says she, because she knows the next thing she's going to do is yell at you for putting too many things on it.
Why not?
He can't win.
And especially because I just put the declaration of trust on it, so.
I promise to be very fast if we can get on the next hearing, and we will get a revision along the lines that you're pointing to us to very shortly.
And Mr. Cohen, you can be really fast because this commission is very good about doing its homework. Most of the time we've read every word you've written. So most of the time, we're like itching to move you on and ask you lots of questions. Okay. So Patrick, your answer is?
It would just be the amendment, correct?
Just the amendment so that they can move forward.
I don't think, as long as we don't do a full read through and everything, and we just talk about the changes, I think it should work.
Okay.
We're finished with our presentation, subject to that one issue. Thank you
Okay,
very
so
much.
before you go away, I need to get public comment in. My horrible feeling here is that we're going to hear public comment related to your site plan, and this is not site plan. But Mr. Lutsky, you may go ahead. I know you've had your hand up for a long time. And again, we are only talking about the zoning regulation here. We're not talking about the landscape plan or the site plan. That's going to be back next month. But do you want to go ahead and make your comments and try to keep them on the zoning?
I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
I just want to adjust the volume here, please. Once. Thank you. I will relate it to the zoning, my comments, which, as you have read the letter, really do deal with the site plan. But the the proposed regulation talks about an entry gate of the proposed development provides landscaping, planting, and screening at a sufficient height and depth to support any additional massing permitted over that of the underlying zone. And here also important, and mitigate visual impacts on adjoining properties. So that's, from what I'm looking at in terms of measurements, it does not appear, as Mr. Cohen had stated last meeting, that we will be looking down on these units. Our unit is 30 feet high. The building, as I look at the plan, say 118. I don't think there's an 88-foot difference in height from what I'm seeing in elevations. Mr. Ferrari was kind enough to come over and actually wrote down the elevations on Spring Street. But I'm wondering if that was looked at actually technically. The other thing is, we do not have any screening for half a year, because the site plan looks great with all those trees in there, but the leaves will all be down by the end of this month, by the end of November, and we will be looking directly at that site. And the last point being, we are happy with this project. And if there is a way that Mr. Amba, who's been very, we've talked, can find a way to actually screen this, which I don't think is going to be that easy, but I'm sure can be done. We're very happy. We can live with the closest of the building, which is 40 feet in one place, and we could live with being able to look through we won't look through the property. So we need something that actually gives us screening, as there will be none for 6 months, and I won't take up any time.
And that's not in the zoning regulation, but that's fine. They heard you and you've gotten your point out. So thank you very much, Mr. Lutsky.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming and waiting.
Thank you.
And then I don't know who the next person is. It's a phone number. So would you kindly unmute and identify yourself, please, for the record? And that person just disappeared. Okay. All right. Okay. It might have just been someone who stayed on from the 830G, because we get a lot of outside people for that. Oh, okay. Or maybe it was Mr. Lutsky, because he didn't think we saw his raised hand. Yep. Okay. All right, you guys. So if you, I think we're going to still use what you've proposed. So the work will be useful to us. We would like to tap your brains, but again, this is a big committee that the first selectman formed, and they do have some real expertise on it, and we are just being advised on it, basically, on how we should move because of 2129. So if you don't have anything else, we can let you go home
Thank you.
in spite of the commute.
We'll see you at your next hearing, Al.
Great. Thank you very much, both of you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. So with that, our next application is Lisa Brockelman for a final site plan and special permit at 51 Mayo Ave. And the attorney is?
That is Mr. My goodness,
Mr. Brower. Mr. Brower, are you ready?
I am.
Well,
Good evening.
it's been so long since we've seen you. I thought you had stopped coming before the commission. We have all these new people that you haven't worked with before.
Oh, I've been watching with great interest. Nice to meet you all. So yes, it's good to be back. So the application tonight, hopefully we can pick up a little speed. I did attend a Zoom meeting yesterday on the briefing session, and the staff report's pretty comprehensive. The departmental comments are supportive, and there was a suggestion during the discussion about wanting to have the topsoil retained on site for reuse, which is fine with us. And I think that was really the only outstanding concern that I picked up on.
I believe so. You, there was, you had some, I think that you got a favorable response from DPW on the drainage.
Correct.
And what you had left was the comments from conservation. And their key comment was this issue with, because that you're making more practical use of the site. So even though they are objecting to the disturbance, we understood why. So based on that, I think you're in pretty good shape here. I'm just rereading all the comments.
Well, we have zoning, we have sewer, we have
Yeah.
engineering, we have wetlands, conservation had comments.
You know, she wanted you to look at, conservation wanted you to look at moving the the rain garden, but I think you've thought it through in terms of the, I think you thought it through in terms of the drainage plan. So my sense is to let it be unless you think that's a brilliant idea.
No, I did discuss that with our project engineer at SE Minor, and this has been fine tuned and tweaked to satisfy the drainage manual and one. So I think we're pretty locked into it.
Okay, does anybody on the commission have any questions for the applicant? Does anybody in the public wish to speak on this application? Does anybody on the commission object? And it's on this application, it's all the regular members who are seated. Does anybody object to closing this application? Kindly raise your hand. No objections. The application is now closed. Well, Mr. Brower, it was short and sweet. We'll see you soon. Thank you, sir.
Succinct. Okay. Nice to see
Okay,
you.
so our next application is Mark and Carolyn Rowan for final site plan and special permit at 81 Butternut Hollow Road. I'm hurrying. There you go. And Mr. Liebman is on his way in. Okay, let me try that again. There he goes.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the agency. Larry Liebman representing the applicant, Mark and Carolyn Rowan. This is for a site plan special permit per section 6-101A. A couple of the housekeeping things, the FAR that the FAR for the entire project is 0.731, where the FAR for the allowable FAR is 0.9. We did review the conservation comments that were given by the Conservation Commission, and I worked it through with Hart Howerton today that we will be preserving the 3 trees that are not in the actual private music studio. And we have no objection in replacing a tree for every 6-inch caliper tree that comes, every 6 inches of DBH that comes down.
And was permeable patio something you were willing to consider?
They are talking it over with the client,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, one question, Mr. Liebman, I just want to confirm this. This is a personal use?
Only.
Only,
Yes.
okie
This
dokie.
is private, this is a private studio, yes.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Okay, does anybody, I believe that addresses all the outstanding issues you have. Conservation health is good. Okay, and I believe you've addressed all your drainage. Okay, yeah, all righty. Does anybody on the commission have any questions on this application?
Yep.
Does any member of the public wish to speak on this application? Please raise your hand if you wish to speak. No. All righty. With that, it's the regular members seated. Does anybody object to closing this application at this time? No objections. This application is now closed. Thank you very much, Mr. Liebman.
Thank you.
You know, sometimes I think maybe we should take those applications early. All righty, the next application is SBP Lower Cross LLC at 70 Lower Cross Road. Mr. Halsworth, I believe, hold on a second, I need to catch up. I believe you've addressed most of the outstanding issues, but I got stuck on something today.
Okay.
And I had asked staff to go back. So conservation made a comment regarding your filtration. Just trying to find it right now. It's comments 2 and 3 from the conservation department.
Mhm.
And it is says that only 60% of your stormwater at the site will be renovated and only 80% of the TSS reduction made before discharged. And here's the question. We went back to DPW, staff went back to DPW and asked whether they would recommend additional renovation of the stormwater, and we don't have an answer from them yet. Even though I recognize that you do have a sign off from them at this point. So my question would be to you, would your client be amenable to raising your percent of renovation and looking at that, and then we could move forward?
Well, I will certainly double check, but I wanted to clarify that the conservation comment is just flat out wrong.
Okay, that's not, I mean, DPW said they couldn't verify the number, and I didn't know if that was
So
code for
in our-
wrong or not.
In our drainage report, we indicate that 60% of the runoff is treated via LID measures,
Right.
VM, rain gardens, that sort of stuff. But we are capturing about 95% of the impervious cover and treating it through LID and also Coltex and storage infiltration. And then
Okay.
also have, gravel strips that don't qualify for water quality measures per the drainage manual, but it's still being treated. So we really are treating almost all of the impervious coverage for this, large development. And
Okay.
it is substantial.
That's the answer I didn't have back. What they
Okay.
told me, they couldn't verify the measure. And by the time we got the last email from staff, the office was closed.
Sure. I mean, it's in our drainage report that we provided. I know it's a lot of technical information, but I mean, the fact is,
It's long.
Yeah.
The executive
manual-
summaries are really good when you do them.
Yeah,
Capture everything you can, because that's what we really can drill down on then.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, the drainage manual requires
Yes, we know.
LID for 60%. So that's like the minimum we start with, and then everything else we handle with other traditional stormwater mitigation.
Okay.
And then the 80% TSS removal is also one of the standards, and we hit 90% removal according to the.
And I'm seeing the DPW gave you the sign off prior to permit at this point.
Yes.
Okay.
May I ask a question, Madam
Yes,
Chair?
of course, Mr. Yeski.
I was just curious, what have you actually built on the property right now? Where does that whole project? Because this is a modification. I
Correct.
remember this.
Yep. So we started construction of the main building in the back. If you recall, it's kind of split between the front area where the old house was that's been demolished, and they're building the main house in the back. The building, the foundation is in. They're working on the first floor framing, septic system, pool house, that sort of stuff. And then the front area where the guest house and if the tennis court gets approved, that is just a stabilized lawn area and traffic, staging for construction. They haven't done any of that front work quite yet.
Okay, I was just curious how far along you are.
Mr. Burlock, was this the one where you were asking a question about the pool house yesterday? I don't remember.
And the question I saw was answered, that my confusion, my
Setback,
inability
right?
to believe. No, it wasn't that. It was, I couldn't believe that the square footage was as reported. It was tiny, like a 5x7 box. And the drawing was a much bigger one than that. the answer that I saw in an email today from somebody was that the box is indeed 5x7 for FAR purposes, but the roof covering a lot of porch is bigger, which
There you go.
eureka. Now next, I
Okay.
learned something here.
So, Katie, I wanted to ask you something. This, I meant to ask you, I don't think I asked you Monday. So this guest house at 1198 square feet does meet, we could have it be an accessory dwelling unit, and that could be beneficial to the applicant. Is it worth doing that for any reason? They have 10 acres, so it doesn't really matter to them.
They could if they wanted. I mean, the size limit is limited to the accessory structure, and it would be compliant with accessory unit also. So that would be up to them, I suppose.
But it's a new building though, doesn't, I thought the regulations
No,
still.
old time, old days. We do accessories now on new buildings. We
Well, I
changed
mean,
that reg. We changed that
there-
regulation. You can do it on new buildings, right, Katie? We did change it to
No,
new
I don't
buildings.
think we did change that, actually. I think Ms. LaRoe is right. I don't think we did
No,
change
it
that.
used to be,
talked
we
about
went
it.
to 5 years and then we decided to do de novo. Didn't we just change it from new?
No, I wanted to do de novo, and the commission, we didn't do that.
Damn, okay, you're right, Patrick, then. I thought we went with what we wanted to do, because, it was you and me that wanted to change it
Yeah,
to
so I
allowing
guess
new construction.
in 5 years, they could do it.
All right, take it all
Madam-
back.
Signed off.
Actually, and stay tuned, because we are gonna open up those, so you could have it be called an accessory dwelling unit, because it's on our list to open up that regulation some more, because state law may be asking us to do it. Okay, I thought we had done it. Okay, I'm gonna go reread that. It's funny how you think something went your way when it didn't.
But from a size standpoint, it
comply.
could. Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah,
plus
we
they
would
got 10 acres. They could even make it a separate building, independent building, a separate primary, right?
Yeah, I mean, they could make it domestic employee quarters at the moment.
So just so you know, because you have the big piece of property, because you have 10 acres, your client has a lot of flexibility how they denominate that guest house.
Okay. Does that require a separate application or, I'm just not familiar with that whole process, but does that allow that building to be larger than the 1,200 square feet required for the?
It can be that you'd have to come back in and tell us that you want to call it a primary structure and that you want to use, dedicate 4 of your 10 acres to it, and then you could make it bigger. It would just mean that, they can't go above 12,000 square feet, much, it'll limit what they can do in the future with the main house, but they've already got 12,000 square feet, so they probably won't want to. Anyway.
All right, well, I'll consult with the.
Yeah, so just tell them in the future if they want to, and we may be opening that up. Okay, does anybody else on the commission have questions?
I think just the only thing, as I see it with the pool house,
Mhm.
and this is up to zoning when they do the actual building permit for it. Although it says it's only the enclosed areas, the bathroom and the changing room, that kind of thing. And there's a garage door on the one side that opens up. It doesn't look like it's completely open to me. It's got to be open on 3 sides, and it looks like it's only open on one side, but they'll have to deal with that when they get to
He
zoning.
has to deal with it because, he has, remember that do you have knee walls, Mr. Holsworth? Is
No,
that how
there's
you
no
did
knee
it?
walls. They're full-size walls actually full-size walls on 3 sides and a garage door that actually opens the,
Oops.
so.
So you're gonna.
What is
We're-
the issue with this? The pool house didn't change in this latest modification. What is the?
So we
issue?
approved it before.
Yep.
So I mean, it complies with the setbacks with the accessory structure. Is that the issue that you?
No, I think it was just clarifying what the size is. The size, although he's approved it already, and you just, when it goes in for zoning or permit, they may have questions about it.
Any more questions from the commission? Any comments from the public? Please raise your virtual hand. If you have any comment from the public. No comments from the public. There's a lot of people here and nobody's speaking. I think they just didn't leave, maybe.
No, they're getting all revved up for the last one.
Oh, I don't think so. Okey doke. So, does anybody object to closing this application? Please raise your virtual hand. Your regular hand. I'm sorry. All right, nobody objects, so this application is hereby closed. Thank you very much, Mr. Holsworth. We will hopefully decide this tonight.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
Hello, Mr. Hegney.
Good
I am
evening, Madam
sorry,
Chair.
it's only 9:50.
Getting
So,
on before 10 is a thrill.
all righty. So our last application, 127 Byram Shore Road, for a final coastal site plan and special permit, new dwelling for 150,000 cubic feet. And Mr. Hegney, you are on.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. There was one issue that came up at the briefing session yesterday, and that was the sewer comments. You have revised comments that you received from Rich Fiminella today after our site engineer, Bob Smarslak, had explained where the drainage, storm drain and the sewer pipes were located, and that they were in fact separate and apart. Mr. Fiminella was satisfied moving ahead so long as we were going to meet the other criteria he had in his memo as part of the building permit process. And I sent confirmation of that to Mr. Leroux earlier today.
And you, Ms. Pruitt in their staff report asked that you just confirm that no work outside of adding drainage outlets within the existing retaining walls is planned along the seawall.
Yes, we did. In fact,
We
our
probably did,
site
but I'm
engineer
starting to forget.
Did send her a confirmation on that.
Okay, all right,
We
well,
even got both a kudos and a well done from the Conservation Commission comments. Two of
I
them.
think you should frame that because I've
I
never.
was thinking
seen-
that would be appropriate because who knows when we'll get another one like this.
I don't remember ever seeing one. I've seen the ones that say they did a good job, but they did a good job on one thing, but the rest was terrible. But this was impressive. She really liked it. Well done, all in caps. Does anybody on the commission have any questions for the applicant? No questions. Does anybody from the public wish to speak about this application? No comment from the public.
And Madam Chair, hold that thought about having the short matters earlier in the evening. It's a great idea.
We actually had, here's the problem. I'll tell you right now. The problem is what I've learned from a little bit of experience with us is we belabor early on in the evening and we get much more efficient at the end because we're starting to run out of energy. So if we
I don't
put
want to
you
stand in
early,
the way of your efficiency this evening.
so if we put the easy ones at the beginning, there's a real big chance that we would take an hour for each one.
I think
Because
Mr.
I've,
Hegney,
I've
With-
seen
with-
us rabbit hole.
With that comment, I rest.
I mean, I just know us. All righty. If nobody objects, we will close this application at this time. Please raise your hand if you do not want to close. All righty, this application is now closed.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye, Mr. Hegney. Sorry we kept you so long. I know you guys didn't think we could do those like that, did ya? We did this last time too. All righty. I don't know.
It's a new trend.
No, it's not a bad idea to do the easy ones, but we'd have to have the discipline and I'm just, okay.
Okay, well, great. This has been great. Thank you. Good night.
Okay, but you are seated. You know how that goes.
If it was only that easy, Mr. Lowe.
If it was only
I
that
tried to move
easy.
it along.
So,
Peter, that reminds me of what Andy would do. If Andy wasn't seated, he would just before decision mode, he would just get up and say goodnight and leave.
Oh, I was at the RTM last night and they gave Andy his money to do the GEMS facility. Do you remember how long ago we approved that?
Long time.
Yep, he finally got it. He was at the RTM and he spoke. And
One on
he got
King
his-
Street?
Yeah,
We
the
just
one
did that.
approved on February the 2nd.
We didn't
It was
just do it.
February?
Well,
Yeah.
we're technically past
Groundhog
midnight
Day.
if we started at 7, so we may want to hit those decisions, so we don't.
Oh,
get to
somebody wants to go to sleep because she's been rowing all weekend. All righty.
No,
So,
now I have too much sleep.
Okie dokie. So as Mr. McRae, we're gonna let you figure out how you want to do this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4,
4.
4.
Let's start at the top. 51
Okay.
Mayo Avenue.
Okay,
PLPZ
because just to
2021.
refresh everybody, we wanted to have time on 2 of these applications tonight that were in the public meeting. And we left Ramamba open.
Yes.
I'm still kind of
Okay.
thinking okay,
Should we go? Mayo Avenue?
yeah, go.
PLPZ 2021 072, final site plan special permit. Applicant seeking approval to construct a 6,526 square foot residence and a 36 square foot detached pool pavilion. The result would exceed the 150,000 cubic foot threshold in a building volume in the RA1 zone. Commission finds that zoning issue comments on 324-20 indicating proposal meets the requirements of the VZR. Sewer issued a memo dated 9/10/21 indicating no issues to be addressed during P&Z Commission review. Engineering issued comments on 10/22/21 indicating approval of the zoning building permit. For zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 6/26/21 indicating no action required. And conservation issued comments on 10/15, I believe it was, indicating indicating recommendations to the proposal. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. Per conservation comments, it's recommended that the topsoil is scraped from the site and preserved in piles on site to be reused as a top dressing after the final grading to partially mitigate for the extent of the site disturbance. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Thank you very much, Mr. McRae. Do I have a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
and Albin is also an aye, and the motion passes 5-0. And with that, we move on to
81 Butternut.
81 Butternut Hollow Road.
Application PLPZ 2021 373, final site plan special permit. Applicant seeking approval to construct a detached accessory structure, the result of which would further exceed the 150,000 cubic feet in building volume in the RA2 zone. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Okay. The zoning issue comments 10/20/21 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. Health issued memo dated 9/15/21 indicating prior approval of a 2-bedroom septic system for this structure. Engineering issue comments on 10/22 indicating approval for zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit number 2021-084 on 7/12/21. And conservation issued comments dated 10/15/21 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Commercial use of the music studio should be is prohibited. As per the site discussion with the applicant and conservation staff, for every 6 inches of diameter at breast height of lost tree, 1 new tree shall be planted on site. Native tree species shall be used. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
And what was the other condition that they agreed to? I just blanked. The
No
other
commercial.
They're
No
leaving.
commercial.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Oh.
And, oh, the permeable patio. Did you remember that?
They're
No.
consider-
They're
That they're
considering it.
considering and the applicant is considering a permeable patio. Okey doke, do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy,
Aye.
Albin is also aye. The motion passes 5-0. And with that, we go to 70 Lower Cross.
Okay, 70 Lower Cross application PLPZ 2021-384, final site plan special permit. Applicant seeking to amend an existing approval to construct a new tennis court, to modify the location of proposed guest house, and to modify a pool house with a full basement. The result of would exceed further 150,000 cubic feet in volume in the RA4 zone. The commission finds that the previously approved applications PLPZ 2020-050 and 314, which include a new single-family dwelling with 2 attached 3-car garages, guest house, pool, asphalt driveway, porous motor court, septic system is on the property. The revised volume of the combined structures would be 203,579 cubic feet. Previously was 2,001,579 cubic feet. Zoning issue comments, 10/6/21 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. Health Department issued a memo dated 9/10/21 indicating comments to the proposal. Engineering issued comments on 10/22/21 indicating approval of the zoning for a zoning building permit. Wetlands issued a permit for 10/21/120 on 9/27/21. And Conservation issued comments dated 10/4/21 indicating recommendations to the proposal. Therefore, a motion to approve the application noting the following. Per the Health Department memo, the applicant's plans shall indicate a cased opening of not less than 5'0" to the gym room so as not to have the gym count as a bedroom. Any lighting for the tennis court shall be reviewed and approved by the ARC prior to zoning permit. The applicant shall adhere to any and all applicable requirements outlined under application PLBZ 2020-050, as stated in the June 20th, 2020 decision letter. And the applicant shall adhere to any and all applicable requirements outlined under application PLPZ 2020-314, as stated in the December 15th, 2020 decision letter. And the applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
Does anyone have a second for that?
Second.
Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And thank you, Mr. McRae, for remembering about the lighting, because I completely forgot. Okay, next
Okay.
one, 127 Byram.
127 Byram Road,
Right.
application PLPZ 2021-400 for final coastal site plan special permit. Applicant is seeking approval to demolish an existing single-family dwelling and construct a new single-family residence, in-ground swimming pool and related site improvements, the result of which further exceed the 150,000 cubic feet in volume in the RA1 and CO zones. Commission finds that zoning and issue comments on 10/20/21 indicating the proposal meets the requirements of the BZR. DEEP issued a memo dated 9/16/21 indicating no comment on the proposal at this time. Sewer issued comments dated 10/26/21 indicating all issues during P&C phase have been satisfied. Engineering issued, the applicant has submitted a conditional residential teardown drainage exemption dated 9/1/21. The Harbor Management Committee has issued comments dated 10/25/21 expressing no objection to the proposal. Wetlands issued a permit needs questionnaire on 9/3/21 indicating no action required. And Conservation issued comments dated 10/15/21, wait for it, endorsing the proposal. Therefore, motion to approve the application noting the following. The applicant shall address any and all remaining staff or interdepartmental issues.
We need to have like a drum roll thing or something. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Levy has seconded. He's got all the seconds tonight. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote? Did you say aye?
Aye.
Just don't hold us up. Mr. McRae,
Aye.
Mr. Lowe,
Aye.
and Mr. Levy?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. And I know you're really going to miss us, you guys. We're going to miss each other, but we're together again on Thursday for the whole day.
Can I just say one thing?
No.
I don't believe Mr. Levy got all the seconds. I believe there's a word out of Cambridge, Massachusetts, that one Katie DeLuca came in second in the granddaddy of all regattas, the head of the Charles, in the
Really?
women's
Wow.
Masters 4. Well done, Katie.
Thank
been-
you. Thank you so
Well
much.
done, Katie. And it had drama to it, which we heard about earlier in the week. Do you want to share the drama real quick?
Oh, that was
before-
in the mixed double the next day. No, this
Okay.
one was just
All
flat
right.
out.
I didn't realize that.
Right, well.
Drama.
How many
Katie was
races
kind
did
enough
you
to give
row in?
me A little bit of the drama. It was great.
Yeah, well, there's a charity event I wrote in the next day,
Right.
which is the mixed double, which is, it actually turns out to be quite a competitive event. It's very
Right.
fun and I got disoriented and almost went through the wrong arch and it was a big thing, but
You were in charge of steering.
yeah, we still came in 14th, so that's good after a pretty
Excellent.
significant gap.
Well
I
done.
will always defer to being second behind Katie.
Well
Thank you.
said.
I'm not even sure that we know how much you know about rowing, but we'll give you the benefit of the doubt. All right, so, and we get to talk about EMAC, we get to talk about energy efficiency. We can talk about that as well if we want on Thursday, because it's part of our planning session. We just-
What is the projected timeframe or
Katie?
the endurance
Well,
of this?
I think we should limit it to 2 hours because really I think it's too much after 2 hours, but there is a lot to cover because we have Airbnb, we have EMAC, we have, what was the other one, Margarita? Another text amendment.
Oh, landscaping.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I think someone was going to give an update on that, but I also wanted to add one, which is outdoor dining. We also have the RTM update of the POCD to just quickly go over. So there's a couple of things. I have it written down downstairs, so I'm sorry, I don't remember.
I'm going to need to leave at 10:45.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think we should be very regimented about it. And, obviously any one of those topics can take 2 hours. So I think
So we need to be
stick to a
disciplined and
schedule.
I would say, Katie, pick what the highest priorities are for you at the moment. There's a lot of stuff we could talk about, but we don't really have to. Like, for example, opting out of Public Act 2129 can wait. We have all of next year to get it through the RTM if that's what we decide to do. And for Greenwich's optics, it would be better to wait because Darien opted out and got crushed in the press. So I would rather just not be on anybody's radar. We're
So,
doing
Kate-
really good.
Katie, we can't add anything to the agenda because I've got a laundry list. So
We're
one I-
pretty,
Okay,
w-
I have one I just want to kind of broach, but it's just a 2-second thought. What's your gut reaction to something? So, but we can discuss it later.
Okay.
text me before 9 a.m.
Okay, I will.
It's
Okay.
going to be another
Bye-bye for
slammer.
now.
Okay, bye-bye. Ta-ta for now. Thank you for all the
Bye.
great engagement
Thank
tonight. It was
you.
a terrific
you.
meeting, you guys.
Good night.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that we got.